moment is my stream. There we go. We have Arthur, Edmund, Clarence, and Reinhard. Welcome to KoboldCon, and welcome to Blood and Water, a Call of Cthulhu 7th edition adventure based in England, 1923. We have... Take it away. Actually, Arthur, introduce yourself.
My name is Jack, and I'll be playing the role of Arthur Dibdin, the group's doctor and surgeon, a man who's been haunted by the things that he's seen in the war and other dark places beyond. And a quiet man who keeps to himself, but looks after his friends.
Excellent. And Edmund.
Yes, my name is Bill. Happy KoboldCon kickoff, everybody. I'll be playing the role of Edmund Aspinwall, or dilettante, and the treasurer of this party.
Nice. And Clarence, introduce yourself.
I'm Paul. I'm playing the role of Clarence Reed. I'm an investigative journalist, and apparently I have quite a temper, and I've left my fiancée at the altar. I have this fountain pen that I have that she gave me that I keep as a memento. It's very near and dear to me.
But apparently she wasn't.
Right.
Reinhard.
Hello, my name is Mike, and I will be playing Reinhard. I am a member of the clergy and one of the faithful individuals of the group, although I have to admit I've been shaken by the things we've seen. I am a lover of fantasy literature as well, and I keep a copy of The Wizard of Oz with me at all times.
Very, very good. All right, gentlemen, we're going to start. And just so you know, any props that you may find, I will bring them up in the Twitch chat on the tableau there, but I will drop them in the chat for you all. You'll get a link, you'll be able to download it, so you'll actually have a copy for yourselves. It is 1923. It is the town of Bath in England. It is early evening. You've been all convalescing here after your recent adventures in South Wales. What better way than to clear the mind than in a bracing walk alongside the River Avon? The sun is beginning to set. The night is beginning to approach. The water is just running smooth to one side as you, friends, walk side by side, quietly talking and avoiding the memories of things that have happened last year. The sounds of the city seem to get muted as the river just bubbles past you. Everything is muted. There's an air of tranquility about. It is a fine and perfect evening. When suddenly you hear in the distance, no, get off, no! Ploosh! And you all see ahead there is a bridge crossing the water, and on the bridge there's a whole series of these medieval style buildings leaning across, and there's a window that's open, and you see two gentlemen looking down, and you see a splash of water in the River Avon itself. What do?
What are the guys doing right now? Do they look like
They immediately back away from the window, and they've gone into the buildings.
Now, what kind of trouble is this? Who fell in the water? Did anyone see? No. And Bernard is gonna start rushing that direction because someone's in need of help, and Bernard would definitely leap to the rescue if he can.
All right, Bernard goes running off. What's everyone else doing?
Arthur runs following Bernard. If someone's in need of help, especially if they've hit the water, they might need some medical assistance.
I dropped it, by the way, there's a picture actually in the Twitch stream, and I dropped it in chat for you so you can actually get a sense of this bridge. As you go running over towards the bridge, there's no sign of either the perpetrators that did this or the person who just fell in the water. There's a little bit of a splash, but it's quickly melting away in the water flow. What are you doing? You run up. There's no sign of these guys. They're almost certainly dissolved into the buildings themselves and melted away into whatever rooms are beyond. What are you doing?
Is the water still, or is it fast moving?
It's not fast moving. It's got a reasonable flow to it, but it's tranquil, you know.
After all, it's Avon.
So what are we doing? Who's jumping in?
Reinhard, back in the seminary, Reinhard was a bit of a swimmer. That's how he got his exercise.
Okay.
So I'm more than happy to leap in and try to rescue this poor soul.
I'm not ruining this outfit.
So the other, all of you sort of gather around the riverbank, and you're looking. The water it's got a reasonable sort of flow to it, and Reinhard is going to jump into the water. Reinhard is not a slender man. He's not portly, but he's fairly well fed. And the last thing you expect of Reinhard is for him to be the one, athletic style, going into the water. And yet he does. Doesn't even miss a beat. Reinhard, give me a swim.
Okay. Scrolling up here to see my swim skill. Maybe I wasn't such a great swimmer, and I'd mistaken my capabilities. I rolled a 32, which is higher than my 20%.
All right, well, no problem. So you go into the water, and all of you see Reinhard swimming out. There seems like there was a huge amount of bravado, and everyone's like, was he a good swimmer at college or something? And then he kind of starts splashing out there. And you know when someone tries to dive underneath the water a little bit, but they come back up and they're not really getting the depth that they need? That's Reinhard right now. And you go, oh, no, we didn't misremember anything. But Reinhard, you do swim out to where you feel this person fell. What's everyone else doing?
My God, he looks like a stone out there.
I'm going to jump in as well, and at the very least, maybe keep Reinhard from drowning, and then try to find the body.
Nice. So Clarence goes out to the water. Clarence, give me a roll.
I have got I have rolled 100 is what I have rolled.
Wow. Okay, so Clarence goes wading on out. He actually picks a spot on the riverbank that's very, very muddy right now, and it's just totally holding him back. Reinhard's not drowning or anything. He's doing sort of fine out there, but Clarence is not even really making much progress at all. Edmund, Arthur.
Arthur takes off his jacket, kicks off his shoes, and we'll dive in as well.
All right, give me a roll.
ET2, so...
You guys are terrible swimmers. You are terrible.
Oh, bother. I might just take off the jacket and my sports coat and throw it to the side, and I'll dive in as well and see if I can save everyone from drowning.
Not a lot of swimming on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, so that's actually an 18.
Wow.
Hey.
Excellent.
It's almost like Edmund just stands back and he's watching you all as he does, floundering in the mud and doing some kind of toad impression over there. And it's like, oh, fine. He takes off his smoking jacket, folds it, and he just breaststrokes out like he's back at Eton.
I swam at Cambridge. So it's a long time ago.
Oh, that's what I was remembering. I knew it was one of us.
Edmund goes swimming on out. Actually, good, powerful, gentlemanly, controlled strokes, and takes a breath, dives down. Edmund, the water's a little murky, just a little murky, but it's not brackish or anything. And as you sort of take a breath and you dive beneath the water, you can see about 15 feet down, there is a body. And he's kind of just, it's definitely a he, and he's kind of just in the flow of the water, head down. And it looks like he's actually been tethered about the feet, and there's a stone on the bottom of the water. And he's just in the current, and he seems completely out of it. What do you do?
But I feel like it's reasonable that I might have enough lung capacity to make that sort of dive down and maybe start struggling physically.
Yes, you definitely do. It's only 15 feet. You've got a good roll. You swim down as you get closer to this gentleman, and it's obviously hard to see underwater. Definitely a male. Looks like he's been pulverized. Like he has been beaten the crap out of. And you sort of get close to him, and you're kind of fumbling around. His eyes are closed. He is completely oblivious. You're not even sure he's alive. There is a sense of emergency there, because if he is, he's drowning. Like right now. You look down, and the rock that he's been tethered to looks like it's a good 30 pounds in weight. So what are you doing? And it's a good stout rope that's on it. What do you want to do?
Whether or not the lad's dead or not, I pull out my jackknife, and I begin to just sort of pull against the rope and just started trying to just disconnect the stone from his body.
Fantastic. All right, as he's doing that, and Clarence kind of sort of clears himself of the mud, and Arthur and Reinhard, you're kind of now sort of above where Edmund went down. Give me a group luck roll, all of you. All of you give me a percentile. I think most of you have a luck of 60. Don't forget, gentlemen, you can actually use that for adjusting rolls.
Yeah, I make mine.
Okay.
As did I.
Reinhard has not had his tea yet. Caffeine is not flowing through his system. I got a 98.
All right.
Wow.
Get rid of those bad rolls right now.
Yes.
And Clarence, how did it go for you?
I'm sorry, did you?
Did you make your lucky roll?
I did not make that roll.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so suddenly Edmund bursts up from the surface of the water, and he's like, his head is back, and he's actually holding a middle-aged white gentleman in his arms, and he's doing the best to support both of them. And he's got a knife between his teeth, and he's got this gentleman in his arms, and he's kind of kicking back towards the shoreline here.
Can someone help me, for the love of God?
Oh, you look quite the dashing fellow already. Doggy paddling that direction as best I can.
Yes. Arthur will join Reinhard to come help.
All right, so you all gather around. You help both Edmund. You get this body, this gentleman. It becomes, and you start heading back towards the shoreline. It becomes evident very, very quickly. Even though he's saturated, he's soaked. Obviously, his eyes are swollen shut. It looks like his jaw is broken. His face has been pummeled. It's black and blue. He's missing teeth. His neck is covered in bruises as well, and his white shirt has been partly torn open and is stained pink. He's clearly been heavily bleeding underneath it. And with this, you gasping, you drag him up onto the shoreline. No one else is around at all, and you plop him down. What do you do?
My bag. I where I dropped my jacket and kicked off my shoes. I throw my umbrella out and I grab my bag that I keep with me at all times.
Okay, you go scrambling, you grab your bag, you head back towards this body. You know, by the way, you're a medical guy. This is your field. You're not even sure this guy's alive at this point. What do you do?
I would like to immediately start, checking for vitals, looking for wounds, that type of thing. My companions obviously, know how I work, so they would help me, lay him out flat, potentially removing clothes and that type of thing.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
So
Reinhard definitely jumps in to help with the removing of the clothing, and so he can work his skills.
Edmund's sort of still catching his breath and taking sort of a beat there as this goes on.
I could
Clarence is
almost,
covered in mud.
I could almost imagine Edmund at this point, sort of stoically, sort of now with a pipe as this goes on.
He's the cover of those adventure magazines where he's bare-chested saving the woman from a crocodile and a machete, right now.
Padre play in the water.
So, Arthur and the team, you start dressing this guy, pulling the shirt off. Immediately, immediately when you tear open this blood-stained shirt, you gasp. He has initials or something carved into his chest. They look like Roman numerals. And I'm gonna actually drop this into chat so you can see what has been carved into him. Alright, that's in chat.
Good lord, who would do such a thing?
And it looks like someone has seriously held this guy down and carved 111 XX11 XX. It's a hideous, deep wound. I want a sanity roll off everyone. If you make it, you're fine. If you fail it, lose 1 sanity point.
And if
Rolled a
you
1, Ned.
You rolled a 1, and that one, yeah, psh.
What a waste.
No, only you see this, you're the one that did it.
what is it if you equal your rating?
You're fine. That's a success. You're good.
I make it just barely.
Alright. Most of you have probably been in the war, 8 years prior. This is a grievous wound, but it's okay. So that immediately, Arthur, you sort of take a step back, like you were not expecting something like this. It also looks like maybe at least one of his arms has been broken in this, and his ribs have been broken. This guy has been worked over. And then you hear come from him.
That's good. I'm assuming first aid is the faster version of medicine. I would like to attempt to apply
Give me a roll. Sure.
any first aid that I can. 50. My score is 70, so success.
Excellent. Alright, so you get right down with this guy and you actually start checking him over. Yes, he has several broken ribs. Yes, his left arm has actually been broken. It looks like he's been pummeled with clubs, blunt force instruments here. And you have no doubt that he is going to die. No doubt. You could try and make him as comfortable as you possibly can, but he is not going to make it. His eyes have been so badly beaten, even if he did make it, you're pretty sure that he would lose sight in at least one of them. But he grabs you. As you're over him, he grabs you, and without even him knowing who you are, he pulls you closer and he's trying to say something. What do you?
I listen closely. I bring my head close to his face, and I wish to listen. Do I have to do a roll for that?
Yeah, give me a roll, but you're closer. You can double your skill.
Great. That is great because I don't have any points. 22. So that's it's not quite a great success. So just a success.
What you hear is Daisy is in danger.
What's that he's saying, Arthur? I can't understand him.
Daisy is in danger.
Oh, by
And then-
God, lad, speak up. Who's Daisy?
Does he perish after he says this? Does he?
No, but he's going.
Who is Daisy?
Now, everyone give me a spot. Everyone give me a
Where is
spot roll.
Daisy? When is Daisy? Why is Daisy?
How is Daisy? That's the most important.
And I just need any one of you to get it.
No, I
Yes,
failed.
me. Definite
Okay.
success.
Excellent. So you notice, as this is going on, and the good doctor friend is like leaning in close, and clearly this man who's perishing is trying to say something. You notice this man, as he's gripping the doctor with his hands, he all of his fingertips, nearly all of them, are stained with ink. Like he has been poring over newspapers or something for days at a time. And the water's not washed it off at all.
Does he respond to, who is Daisy? Where is she?
Daisy Andrews. Now, Daisy Andrews is a friend of yours. Remember when I sent you the backgrounds? She was an NPC. Daisy Andrews is a freelance investigator or journalist. She is based in London. You've crossed paths with her several times. She's a little bit infamous in the circles because she's a bit of a ditz. And she's the one that is trying to research and write about King Arthur and the Holy Grail. And none of you have really had the heart to tell her that the girl, just give it up. This has been done and there's nothing more to really be done. By academics, no less. You're a newspaper journalist, you know. That's the only Daisy Andrews you know.
Daisy's always in trouble, though.
That is a good point.
Not a false statement.
Last I spoke with her, I assured her that my family would hire her should her initial career choice not work out.
This guy is passed, by the way. He's gone.
Oh.
And you kind of sort of sit back. He's a blooded pulp. And your eyes just fixate back on this chest wound of his again.
It's the 32220 in Roman numerals.
Can I get an idea roll off Renard, please?
Yes. As I'm out of instinct, well, I'm not sure. Well, I rolled a 97, so that's probably not very good.
But where was your instinct? Where's your head at?
Well, I was thinking, well, this gentleman has passed. Whoever he is or whatever was done to him, I need to give him his last rites. So I'm going to pull out my rosary and close his eyes while the rest of my friends do what they need to do and start praying over his body and ensuring I can do what I can to whatever hardship he's been through, that his soul is going to pass through to the afterlife, or as much as I believe there is one at this point.
Excellent. Yes, perfect.
While Renard is speaking his words, I will very carefully place his limbs, his arms over himself, so he looks as much at peace as he can in his battered state.
Okay.
Is this a bad time to loot the body right now? I feel like...
What game is this? What game is this?
I flip him the pocket watch I found.
Yeah, I'm going to very gently and respectfully check his pockets to see if there's an ID or any other anything else on him that might help us identify him.
Absolutely, no, that's a great idea. It's a great idea. So, he had no jacket on. That's the first thing that you noticed. And it would be normal, by the way, for a gentleman who's out and about to be wearing some kind of jacket over his shirt. That's gone. You're not sure he ever fell into the water with it. So, maybe he was manhandled away from somewhere and the jacket was left behind. So there's no pockets on his actual shirt itself, but there are pockets in his pants. Give me a look roll. So let's see if he actually has his wallet here in the pants with him.
Let's see. That is a 34. Is that a spot hidden or is that or a look?
Just a plain look.
Oh,
which
okay.
I think you definitely made then.
Yes.
All right. So he actually does have his wallet with him. And you go, yes, okay, so you pull the wallet out, you open it up. Obviously, it's soaked through. All of the notes inside are pretty wet. You do notice that there's actually a lot of newspaper cuttings inside his wallet. Like he's been collecting newspaper cuttings. They're all now absolutely wet through and the ink is completely run. You're not quite sure what they're about. You might be able to look at them deeper later on. If you're going through his wallet though, just looking for some kind of ID on this guy, you do find that his name is Michael Smith. You've never heard of a Michael Smith.
I do want to take I've got my camera with me. I do want to take a picture of him in case we need to show it and try to identify him later on. At least it'll make a good story, at the very least. So I'll take a shot of that. Make sure I get a good shot of the carving that's in his on his chest, and I'll save the newspaper clippings. We may be able to dry them out and maybe make something out of them later on.
Yeah, absolutely not a problem at all. There's about like a dozen newspaper cuttings that he's folded up and packed in here. Like there was more of that than there was actual hard currency. You don't know who this Michael is, but he was researching something. From the ink on his fingertips to the newspaper cuttings, and maybe that's what got him in trouble.
While I'm assuming that my compatriots and I will wish to probably look into perhaps the room he was thrown out of to see if there was any evidence there, and being that he referenced Daisy and also has something carved into his chest, this is the type of thing that we have, well, not specifically dealt with before, but we look into some other dealings that are going on in the world. We should still report this to the authorities, obviously.
Yeah. Quick question: the currency that was in his wallet, is any of it foreign currency, or is it all just pounds?
British pounds.
Or whatever have you?
All of it's British pounds. Pounds, shillings, footly, halfpenny, 2-bit bobs. Yes. But no, it's all like wallet-wise, like this seems like a very regular gentleman. Nothing untoward in that respect. Regular ID. Identified as being 38 years of age. But the other stuff that was stuffed in there, and obviously the fingertips, it's a carving on his chest, none of it seems to add up.
Does the address that's on his identification match the street, which I'm assuming is going to be the entrance to this building he was thrown out of?
No, not at all. This gentleman is actually from Manchester.
Oh.
72 Hoole Lane, Manchester. It's like, okay. And that's about 45 minutes drive north of here.
And just a bit out of his element.
I agree. We should check the room he was thrown from. And has anybody seen Daisy recently, or have an idea where she might be hanging out right now?
Yeah, when is the last time we all saw Daisy?
Last time you saw Daisy was a few months ago. Might have been at the tail end of last year, 22. She was very deep in her King Arthur research at the time, and she was kind of bombing all over the Somerset area. But you've not heard from her in a short while now.
And she doesn't have any regular hangouts that we might be able to find her at, a favorite bar or
No, because she tends to flit all over the country a lot. Definitely not. All of you would know her address in London. It's in the Cheltenham area, but she tends to be like out and about more than anything, and with no particular area where she goes back to.
Okay. Do you guys want to go up and check the room and see if we can find anything?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Yes.
All right.
I make sure that the body of Michael Smith is covered with his. I'll leave my jacket as ratty as it is. I'll make sure that I've got everything out of my
Is your
pockets.
ID in your jacket?
No, mine is. That's why I said I'm gonna take everything out of my pockets in my jacket and lay my ratty jacket over.
Okay, so everyone backs away. So the bridge actually has several businesses all across the top of it. It has walkways either side, and then it has these medieval style buildings that go almost the entire length of it. And the area where he was thrown out looks like it was a library. And so as you kind of come up on the bridge and all of you are wet and you sort of splotch your way over there, there's a library here, almost dead center of the bridge. It's a fairly large structure and it's 4 stories tall, but it's closed.
Are there any lights on at all, or is it?
Yes, there is a single light on the second story that's on, and it's flickering, so you would gather that it's probably some form of candlelight or similar.
Should we?
Hello? Hello.
No
Try
response.
and get their attention. No response. Well,
Is the
someone's
door
definitely up there.
locked?
Door is not locked. In fact, when you approach the door is actually slightly ajar, and it looks like it's been splintered open. The actual lock area is broken through the actual wood, and the wood is all splintered away. It looks like it's been kicked in from this side.
Well, that's unnerving. Perhaps we make our way inside.
I apologize. What was the type of shop this was?
This is a library.
Oh, it is a library.
This is a library.
Alright.
The ground floor is actually a bookstore. Then the second, third, and fourth are actually library areas. You sort of poke in. There's no lights on the ground floor at all. As you look in, there's rows of shelving with books on them. It's all dark and gloomy. Immediately on your right hand side, there's the teller area where you take your books and you check out little brown bag and off you go. And then there's a spiral staircase about 20 feet away heading on up to the second floor, and you can see a soft flickering light coming from there.
Is there any indication that any of the shelving or anything has been rifled through, or there books on the ground, or is there any kind of a
That's a really good point. No. Rifling, no. But one of the shelves has been completely knocked over, and there were books just spilt over the floor. Was someone rifling for something, or was someone barreled into it? It's hard to tell.
I'd like to... Sorry, Paul. I'd like to make a spot hidden, if that's okay, to see if there's any sign of blood or any kind of
Yeah, give me a roll.
like
Yeah,
that, maybe
absolutely.
around there.
In fact, anyone that wants to do that can give me a roll.
Yeah, I'll do that.
I would like to spend a luck point in order to succeed.
Yes, and remember, gentlemen, you can do this I'm not sure if you played Call of Cthulhu 7th edition before or not. You can spend luck points on a 1-for-1 basis. So if you get close to a roll but fail, you can spend some luck and actually make it a success. You can't do it on luck rolls. But so keep that in mind. It lowers your luck, though, accordingly. All right, so did anyone make it?
I did make it, actually, yeah.
All right, cool. And Jackie made it too, right?
Correct.
So as you all go in to this deserted and closed bookstore come library, it becomes evident that there has been a struggle here. That bookshelf has been completely knocked over. This bookshelf is knocked to one side, and a lot of books that were on it have fallen off. And there is blood. There's blood on the stairs, the spiral staircase is going up. There's blood on the books, and there's blood on the floor.
Doctor, what do you make of this? How many were in here? Can we say?
Will I be able to do a medicine check to see if I can tell? I mean, obviously, I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm not.
You
CSI.
guys tell me.
I am a
How-
crime scene investigator.
No, but you tell me what skill or what attribute you think would be appropriate for you to figure out sort of volume of people.
What do I have a lot of points in? Jump. I use my jump skill. No.
Library use?
Hey now.
Medicine, I think, would definitely be something. I almost want to.
You can give me a medicine, but I'm gonna need a good result. I'm gonna need like a hard or better. Okay.
I was gonna say either a hard
volume of blood
medicine
splatter.
or spot hidden. Yeah, because there's no investigation skill.
So as you all watch, you can see that he goes off and he's looking around and he's looking to where there's blood, and even you see him kind of looking at the angles the blood is made. He is inventing crime scene investigation. Name Dexter. What do you get?
Dexter. Sadly, I just got a success, and it's way too many points to push it to hard success with
All right. Well, what I will give you on this though is there's not so much blood that multiple people have been knifed here or anything. There's a lot of splatter on these books, on that wall, on this shelf, on the floor, on the stairs, where you would say there was been a rolling struggle, not with multiple. It's not like there's been a gang fight here or anything. There is a preponderance of blood actually near the shelf that was knocked over. Like there's more of a pooling here, and yeah, there's actually a chair leg off a broken chair that is blooded and lying to one side.
We did see the two guys that went running that had thrown them, disappeared in the window. Do we see anything like bloody footprints that are leaving, except for maybe ours, since we've been wandering around in the bookstore? Do we see any kind of indication they went out that way?
Yeah. I mean, you do see that there's some bloody footprints, but because there isn't that much blood, they peter out pretty quickly. And you do see that, yeah, there was definitely a ruckus here. This was definitely the area where they worked poor Michael over. And then it looks like they ran out the back pretty quickly, stepping through the blood as they went. But it's not like Scooby-Doo fashion where it then goes off and down the bridge and, it peters out very, very quickly.
As Clarence is looking at the footsteps, are there only the two sets of footprints that are?
It's hard to tell how many.
Okay.
But let's just say you're not seeing half a dozen. You're just seeing one or two sort of sets here and there.
Okay.
And you're able to do, like, the pattern of the soul is slightly different. So you go, yeah, I think there's maybe one or two guys here. That would be a best bet.
So if they found him...
Go ahead.
I was going to say, with the understanding of there were multiple people here, this looks like a struggle, some physical violence occurred. There's still sort of an area that might be occupied in here outside of this darkness, right, where the light is coming from, where we see that sort of...
Maybe, yeah, absolutely. There was definitely some light upstairs.
Edmund is going to tear off a little bit and start heading in that direction where the stairwell is.
The connecting stairs are spiral staircase from your floor to the floor above. And you go sort of creeping up as Arthur is down below, sort of doing his investigating. And you kind of sort of poke your nose up, being very, very, very cautious. And you can see that it's almost a study area. There's a lot of library-like shelves here. The area is fairly gloomy, but there is a table that's actually overlooking the river. And there's a collection of books on the table and a lot more that have been thrown on the floor and a chair that's now broken on its back. There is a candle actually in an ornate glass protection sitting on the table. That's the source of the light.
And Reinhardt, were you going to say something?
Oh, I was just following behind Arthur because I suspected someone may have been upstairs, but we found there wasn't. Are there any particular books of interest? Like, was there something that the Mr. Smith, assuming he was the one who was injured here and thrown off the bridge, that was like studying? What was he looking through? Are there remnants of newspaper clippings, like what he had cut the clippings from?
Oh yeah, his fingers, yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. So anyone that actually wants to sort of investigate the area and see if there's a pattern in the clues can give me a library use roll.
I got a 3 on that, so that's an extreme success.
That's a good result.
Yeah. Well, I've got a 65 in library use.
Nice.
I'm going to spend 10 luck points to turn mine into a success as well.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, so yes, at first glance, there's a lot of newspapers that have been brought out and thumbed through. Like, I'm talking dozens and dozens of newspapers have been brought out here. and they're scattered all over the place now. So, and obviously, newspaper being a newspaper, it's hard to tell if there's actually a theme like between them. There were also several books now scattered everywhere in whatever struggle occurred here. Most of the books seem to be pertaining to King Arthur, the Holy Grail, but you start to notice with those incredible rolls that there's actually a lot of research into the history of England, particularly English aristocracy, English royalty. You make the connection from that. And that's when you go back to the newspapers and you go, wait a minute, I saw something in the newspaper. And there's a reference to royalty passing, royalty dying, dates of deaths, ceremonies. And it seems to be Michael's research was about the aristocracy, about royalty, particularly their deaths.
So the newspaper clippings are probably obituaries or something like that. Is it something I would deduce out of that?
So, with Clarence kind of goes, wait a minute. I kind of starts pulling out some of the wet, sodden things that were in Michael's wallet. And even though they're hard to read, you kind of get them next to the light of the candle. Yes, obituaries, almost all of them. And talking about ceremonies and dates of ceremonies and processions and things like that. But it's always royal deaths.
Well, we should probably get the whatever the newspaper dates were and the particular newspaper that it was. We'll write those down, so if we need to go and recover information that was on the wet sheets, we may be able to look at the data later on.
Is there anything that seems overtly out of place? Like, we have ceremonies and dates of deaths and royalty, and we've got all these things. Is there anything that seems like one of these things that, like, there's like almost like a missing link, like as if something has been removed out of this evidence, something taken by people?
No, you're not seeing anything like that. You're not making any connection like that. Honestly, the King Arthur stuff seems to be completely out of place. Like, that just does not even seem to be relevant to this.
What's the most recent date in those clippings and those obituaries from an aristocracy's death?
Okay, you go thumbing through them. And you get a date that is in 1917. That's the most recent one. October 1917.
You said it's 23 at the moment?
Yes. So 6 years ago.
Is there any indication that Daisy might have been here, or is there any kind of women's clothing or a handbag or anything weird in the room?
No, not at all.
Since she was working on her stupid King Arthur thing, I thought perhaps she had been here.
That's an interesting thought. It's like, no, there isn't. It's like, do you see like her bag or clothing or shawl perhaps? Can you smell her perfume? Nothing like that. But you're getting goosebumps from the potential connection. Like, was Michael working with Daisy on this? It's like everything you're seeing here smacks of Daisy.
And he's just been killed for it. And he said she was in danger. So what the heck is going on?
So Clarence had looked at the newspapers. Do they tend to come from a single newspaper, or are they spread out all over the place?
They're spread out. They're definitely spread out.
Okay.
Is there anything else of Michael's personal effects here? Is there a bag or a satchel or a case?
His jacket is here. It was originally thrown over the back of the chair. Looks like he was dragged out of the chair. The chair was broken, and the jacket is now tangled up with the chair on the floor.
Is there anything in his jacket, any letters or information?
More newspaper cuttings. This time, definitely October 1917, and it is the funeral ceremony of Frederick Christian Charles Augustus. He was the husband of Queen Victoria's third daughter. He was nobility.
So is there anything that's actually got, if we were looking for, like, say, March 22nd, 1920, is there anything that looks like that, like a newspaper article from that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of stored newspapers in that way. What are you getting at?
Well, I'm looking at the March 22nd, 20. When I'm looking at the
Ah.
Roman numerals on here, I'm just curious if there was any kind of connection between that and the dates the newspapers were looking at.
That's actually a really cool sort of connection. So everyone sees Clarence like, oh, wait a minute, and he starts dragging up some newspaper, and he's like,
March
no,
22nd,
no,
March 22nd.
and he's like, March 22nd, and you go, oh, that would actually be okay, and he's like spreading them out, and so you find a March 22nd, and you're thumbing through it right now. I need an idea though, roll off Reinhard.
All right, Reinhard digs deep, tries to come up with an idea. 61. That is just a success. I beat a 65.
So Clarence is kind of digging around dates and things like that, and you go, yeah, okay, that's plausible, But you, Reinhard, you have a nagging doubt. You have a nagging doubt that this is a date. You do not think it's a date at all, and you find yourself actually mumbling through Bible verses, and you wait, no, and it's like, no, wait, and you actually could do this off the top of your head, but you find yourself looking around this sort of library area, and you pull out the King James Bible, and you start flicking through it. This is a Bible verse. Specifically, it is Luke 22:20. I'll read this out and then I'll send this to you. Luke 22:20. Likewise also the cup after supper, saying, This is the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for you.
It's a straight up Holy Grail reference. Oh, okay. I don't know if Arthur would know that. Sorry, that's Jack.
And I put the link in chat so everyone can actually grab that, and it's also up on the Twitch stream. Luke 22:20. Likewise also the cup after supper, saying, This is the New Testament in my blood, which is shed for you. And Jack, I know you said, well, no, this is me, not Arthur. But no, I mean, Arthur sits there and goes, oh, the cup, grail. Like, there's like little things connecting, almost in a disturbing way.
Yeah, even though Arthur is an atheist, I do see that he once was very devout, religious. So he still has that knowledge. It's not like he went, I'm an atheist, I'm going to dump all my religious info out of my head. So
I'm a God-fearing Catholic. I make this connection as well as we begin to talk about it aloud.
As Reinhard is like,
Clarence's date theory was solid, but the minute Reinhard goes, wait, no, Luke 22:20, you go, oh, and then you see it too, and like you just get goosebumps all over. You get a chill. You go, oh no, it's a psalm. They've carved it into his chest. They've carved a reference to this in his chest.
So we've listened to Daisy go on and on about this stupid project that she's working on. Did she ever mention something? Will we know anything about Knights Templar or anything?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So I guess Clarence is thinking about, why would they have put this, on the body here? And then it makes me think, this would be something that the Knights Templar would do to somebody to keep them from, I don't know. I don't know if my character could make that kind of a jump in logic, but maybe this is someone trying to protect a secret.
like Guardians of the Grail or something.
Yes. I don't know. That's what popped into my head.
This blood was shed for some reason. It must have been highly consequential. There's something at stake here.
He was getting too close to something and they needed to hide it or keep it hidden.
Perhaps.
I can't disagree with your logic, but these are fairy tales we're talking about. who would kill someone for a fairy tale? I mean, we all know Arthur that more than likely wasn't real, was he?
In our line of work,
Crusades.
would you question Arthurian legend?
Well, very well. I'll accept that line of logic, but I'm highly doubt. I think there's something else going on here. Fairy tales and ladies of the lake. It's all some kind of rubbish.
So he wasn't thrown from the second floor. He was actually thrown from the fourth floor.
He was dragged down. No, he was dragged downstairs. He was dragged out and he was thrown from there.
Okay, so because we're on the second floor looking at this right now.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so he was thrown from which floor?
The ground floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry.
He was just thrown straight off the bridge.
Okay.
Okay. Pull up that bridge picture again. Okay. Well.
So what do you want to do next?
If
You have a guy thrown off a bridge, killed, beaten to death because of something he was apparently researching. He has references to the Holy Grail. He has been doing a lot of research about royalty, the history of royalty, particularly the deaths of royalty, the most recent of which was Augustus in 1917. He has a lot of newspaper cuttings for those, like he needed to come back to those dates and those events somehow. He stuffed them in his pockets, he stuffed them in his wallet. Someone stopped him, and stopped him aggressively. Not only beating him to death, which is a particularly abhorrent way to kill someone, but then carving a psalm from Luke 22:20. Is that a psalm? I don't know. A passage into his chest. What now?
Do we have any kind of rapport with the local police here? Or are we something where we're, I guess I'm an investigative journalist, so I probably deal with police a lot.
You've got familiarity. You've probably got some good relationships. You've probably got some testy ones. But yes,
Okay.
you've got a rapport.
Should probably let the police know about this and let them know that Smith has been killed. But I just wanted to make sure we have some kind of plausible explanation for why we were in here, because obviously we've come in here. So we've got some kind of story, because normally you don't just walk into a building at night. The door's been kicked in. I just want to make sure we're not accused of doing this. Does that make sense?
I think I might be able to persuade them.
Yes.
Excellent.
And we can also present them with our Tea Club business cards.
I paid good money for those. I had those embroidered.
Nice. And
The
I
last
will.
thing-
Yeah, sorry, my apologies. Please.
Oh, I do want to check to see downstairs. They probably have a ledger of books that were checked out. I'm curious if either Smith or Daisy might have checked any books out or anything from this library.
Yeah, okay. I like that. So you go thumbing through that, and is it Edmund or no, Reinhard is who's going to go contact the cops? I guess is my question.
I'll go deal with the police.
Okay, you're going to contact the police.
I will accompany him only because if I need to give any of my medical
Expertise.
expertise to recount of his death.
That's
Okay,
solid.
great. Edmund and Arthur, you head on out. Then Clarence, you're the one that you're going through the ledgers, yeah?
Yes.
All right. So you actually do. There are several ledgers here. Some obviously go back several years. You get the most recent one. You start flicking through, and yes, and so every single book that gets checked out of here is absolutely tracked. And there's just this long list of names. Michael Smith. Michael Smith appears several times, and it's going back over the last couple of months. Recent stuff. It doesn't go any further back than that. Right at the cusp of January of this year, just going back into December of last year, you see one reference of Daisy in there. She was also in the shop, and it's the same day that Michael also checks out a book. Every single book is the history of the royal family, the life and times and deaths of the royal family.
Okay. So Daisy's obviously been here. Probably
Just one intrigue, but yes.
Okay. I want to take a picture of the ledger and just take it with us. I have like a 65 in photography, so
No
apparently
problem.
I'd
No
love
problem.
to take
You can get yourself set up and take a good shot. Make sure that you got some decent lighting going on. While you're doing that, I know Edmund's quickly sort of stepped away, but Edmund, Arthur, you go and find a local constabulary. Now, there is a small police station here. It is open. It's kind of after hours. So there's just, when you open up the door, there's this gloomy sort of interior, and there's a desk to one side, and there's a rather bored-looking constable with his helmet to one side, scribbling away. And he kind of looks up. Almost, there's a level of frustration in his eyes of, oh no, am I going to have to do some work? And the two of you sort of step on in. And he kind of straightens himself, he catches himself, he goes, evening. How can I help you?
Well, I know Edmund will be doing most of the talking, so I will give a general sum up of what we will. He will say that there has been an unfortunate murder that we witnessed, and we wish to lead them to it, and that this fine gentleman, meaning me, is a former medical doctor and attempted to resuscitate the individual.
So Edmund and Arthur have gone to the local police station. There was a rather bored-looking constable there. When you start to put out the gravity of the situation, things get real. I'm going to fast forward here. The police respond. The police come with you. 2 constables, 1 inspector. And they will come out. They will go to the body of Michael. They will take your account. They will go to the apparent crime scene. And it's not long before Clarence and Reinhard can hear the encroaching policemen, who then enter and start checking everything out. While all of this is going on, I'll just get... Edmund, what are you saying? You don't need to give me a roll. What are you saying to these? They're not suspicious of you, by the way. You guys, clearly you're damp at this point. Clearly you've been in the water. None of you have got torn clothing. None of you look like you're just beating a man to death with a club. So they're kind of... They're not aggressive. They're not hostile. They do see you as just being witnesses. And they are taking notes of everything. What are you saying?
Is there a clear lead detective here?
Yes.
A sergeant or somebody that's in charge?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to approach them as they're sort of taking notes and sort of recording the perspective of the situation here and some of the findings, and say, I take it you received my family's charitable payment to the ball.
He kind of, there is this moment, and his name is Han, by the way, Hann, Sergeant Han. If you ever need to sort of come back to this again, he kind of sort of looks to you and goes, "Yes, we did, and we're most gracious and grateful. Thank you."
Certainly, the work that you're doing here, it's wonderful. It's keeping everyone safer. Have you seen anything of this nature before? Anything in your reports that we should know about?
Oh. No. This is unique in the carving on his chest. We've never seen anything like that. We have violence here occasionally. There's the odd murder. They tend to be rare. Then, a little bit more related to being inebriated or something. But nothing like this. This is very unusual.
It's violent, and cruel in nature. Will keep me apprised of any information that you might gather in other investigations.
Yes, of course.
You know
yes,
where to phone.
Now, how much are you guys telling the police about... I mean, okay, you reported a death. They're investigating a death. They go to the crime scene. They also look that around as well. But how much are you sort of saying... By the way, I think he was researching the Grail, and he's got the... Are you revealing newspaper cuttings or anything like that?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't even think we bring up the fact that he mentioned Daisy. I mean, we just say we witnessed a guy getting tossed from a window. We tried to save him. He did.
Yeah, I want to be in a position where the police are sort of working for us a little bit rather than us feeding them for information. Right?
Speaking of which, I don't really feel like getting wet and muddy again. Perhaps we suggest that the police may want to look at the rock that was weighing down the body. Perhaps there's a clue there that I don't really feel like going and grabbing. That may be something that they could do. we can watch.
Sergeant Hand does sort of say, Hambling, come here. And this young constable that's got more spots and freckles than he does years sort of comes over, sort of takes his helmet off. Yes, sir. Strip down, lad. Get in the water, find this rock. Sarge. And he'll go off to retrieve this rock. It will be revealed, by the way, this rock was actually a piece of the masonry from the bridge itself. They broke off a piece. That's what they tied him down with.
Okay. Because we got a little bit of information, I know we're talking to the cops now, but the information that they were getting about the deaths, like Lord Augustus, whatever his name was, how did they die? What were these deaths they were looking to do? Is that something that we should be talking about now, or should we wait till the cops are out of the equation?
Well, you can assume, I mean, the cops will do their thing. You can assume that you guys could talk off to one side or even the following one, and that's not a problem. You're not talking in front of them. They're not listening in at all. There's a lot of, this is, the research that Michael was doing here is going into all of the deaths for hundreds of years. So it spans a whole host of causes, most are natural. And the most recent one in 1917, which is Prince Edward Augustus, you can so simply think of it that way, it was a natural death.
Okay. So it's not like they were murdered or they died under mysterious circumstances. Okay.
The police get what they need. The police will eventually bugger off. What are you guys doing while they're kind of getting all of their evidence and they're contacting the library owner, putting up a cordon? Hamblin comes out of the water with a rock.
As much as I think the Arthurian connection is a little bit of rubbish still, I can't deny that Daisy really must be in some kind of trouble. Do we have any idea how we're going to need to get a hold of her? Is she even in this part of the city right now?
No, Daisy's in London. London is about a 2-hour drive away. Edmund, you got a car. I mean, if you needed to get over there, that's not a problem at all. You could. She almost certainly would have a phone too. You don't know her phone number, but you would be able to retrieve it. You would be able to track it down.
Is that our personal primary place of residence? Is London as well?
No, all of you have different primary residences. You're scattered all over England. It's on your character sheet, top left.
Oh, my apologies. Oh, hey, I'm in London. Hey, I work.
Yeah, you're the only one that actually is from London, and you
invite everyone over to my flat.
Does Daisy live alone, or does she have flatmates?
Alone.
Okay. I think we should at least try to call her and then go and see if we can find her.
And if she's not home, maybe asking her, the landlord or landlady, if the last time she saw her, all that kind of stuff.
So, how prevalent are phones? Like, where could we find a phone in the area we're in right now?
Actually, this library would almost certainly have one.
All right, I go over and ring it up and ask for the operator.
It's one of those tall ones with a little rocker thing. You sort of figure out click, 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 and the operator sort of just, how can I connect you? Now, you know Daisy's name. You know her address. That would be enough to get connected.
Yes, please connect me with Daisy Andrews in London immediately. It's a bit of an emergency.
Right you are, sir. One moment, please. And then you can hear a ringing. The phone is picked up.
Daisy, are you there? This is Renard. Daisy? Who is this?
I don't know who you are.
Now, climb under your bed and tell me exactly what you see.
Click.
Now, just a minute. We need to be back to London immediately. Daisy's in some kind of trouble.
Let's call the London police and have them get to the scene, because they're obviously a lot closer than we are.
Yeah, they can. Perfect. Yeah.
Level-headed. Good thinking. Let's do that.
That's spot on thinking, actually. Yeah. All right.
I'm
so
a journalist. I know these things.
you call 999, get connected to London. What do you tell them?
We tell them that we believe that there's a crime in progress, that we were disconnected from a phone call.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that one of us lives in London. Maybe they know somebody at the police station or something. I don't know.
I have a flat there.
You have a flat in a few places, yes. Yeah, that's not a problem. So you report a potential crime in progress. A young lady takes the details, says, yes, sir, I will dispatch a constable to investigate immediately. Thank you so much. Is there anything else we can help you with?
So, Reinhard, you're the. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's Edmund is the. Arthur is the rich guy. No.
Edmund is.
Edmund is, yes.
My bad. I'm trying to scroll through these things here real fast. Perhaps you may want to drop something, your name or something about your, charitable contributions or something to expedite this.
Yes.
Bribe her over the phone for me.
Yes, listen here. This is Edmund Aspinwall.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Now,
The Edmund Aspinwall.
I should mention it's the Edmund Aspinwall. I've made quite a few charitable donations to your policeman's zone. All right?
Oh, thank you, sir.
This investigation quite no. Well, you listen to me now. All right? I take it this is just your first day on the job or so, and if it's not, well, it might be your last. So, you look into this investigation right quick for me. We'll be there in a few hours. What is your name and your badge number?
Oh, Molly Parker, sir. She blurts out without even thinking about it. You've definitely got the wind up here. Yes.
All right. Well then, Molly, I'll be seeing you soon. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Take care now.
You can hear the fight in her voice. I love it. And then you could, even after you hang up, you could almost hear her go, constable, constable. You don't even need to give me roll for that. That was awesome.
Gentlemen, that'll do it.
Let's make haste to London.
Yes.
All right. So, Edmund's driving, I assume. You whisk off towards London. You have no doubt that the constabulary here is going to be investigating. No doubt. 2 hours later, you pull into the big city itself. You go into the suburbs of Cheltenham, where she is located, and into... It's actually a rather nice neighborhood of 3-story buildings, terraced style. They're all squeezed together, but a little bit like the brown buildings of New York. They all have steps coming up and little tiny gardens out front. When you get towards her house, by this point you're probably around 2 o'clock in the morning, so we're in the depth of night, and you come out the front. The front door, she's got this beautiful red door, is actually bust open. It's like completely broken open. There is a police officer out front. You pull up.
Well, we immediately go up to him, and we're going to tell him we're the ones that called in the first place.
Have you got some kind of ID, sir? And he's the typical British Bobby. He's got the lovely helmet on. He's got fine suit. He's got a truncheon by his side. Got to see some kind of ID?
I'm Clarence Reed. Oh, go ahead.
I pull out my wallet and I immediately show a few $100 in it and I take my time thumbing through that as I pull out my identification and I show the Bobby.
He actually does take a couple of nervous steps backwards, like he's not quite sure what to do with that. And he looks over his shoulder like there's other people inside.
We found a head. Please, you'll want to confer with my comrades.
What seems to be the problem out here, Constable? And a man in a heavy brown tan coat steps out. Clearly some kind of inspector type. What's the problem, Constable? Oh, sorry, sir. These gentlemen said that they were the ones that phoned ahead and reported the incident. Indeed. You must be Edmund, is it?
Yes.
Quite put the wind up Molly there, didn't you? He kind of comes across and is smiling and offers out his hand.
I extend my hand as well and say, I didn't mean to frighten the little one. I see this, of course, as you can tell, is an urgent matter. What have you uncovered, if you wouldn't mind sharing with my associates and myself?
Don't mind at all. Don't mind at all. So, if I may, though, just, if I may get your names, you are, and he points to you, Arthur.
Arthur Dibdin, sir.
Arthur Dibdin. And Edmund, of course, we know you. You are, he looks to you, Clarence.
Clarence Reed, perhaps you've seen some of my writings in the Times.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe I have. Oh, yes, okay. Distinguished gentleman. And you are, sir? Looks towards Reinhard.
Father Reinhard, I flash my crucifix almost like an ID. No time to discuss further now.
Now, while he's actually taking these particulars off you guys, the other constable is kind of standing up to one side nervously. He seems to be shuffling in the spot. There is one other constable still inside. Everyone, give me a spot roll.
I have a 6.
Wow.
I'm going to spend a couple of luck there and succeed mine.
And that is a extreme success on that.
Arthur is preoccupied with the hedge.
Yeah, Renard is focused on the constable and the inspector right now.
All right. So there were a couple of good rolls there, and there was a great roll. So as this conversation is going on, some things are bugging you. The two constables they almost look nervous, like they're ill at ease for some particular reason. The inspector you're talking to, one of his lapels has actually been torn from his coat, like it's just missing here. It's quite unusual.
Can I do a psychology roll or something to...
Yes, 100%. That's very appropriate.
Okay, that is a 16.
That seems...
Yeah, that well meets my psychology. It's a hard success, but not an extreme success.
Still, though, hard is nice.
Yeah, that's a really good result.
Finally got some decent rolls.
This hedge is quite...
Oh, look at these berries. They're coming out early. They're hiding something. Without a doubt, they're hiding something. You have no doubt that the inspector is a genuine inspector. He did flash his badge when he came down the steps. But he's fishing. And you don't think it's because you're suspects. He's fishing for something else. The conversation goes on. He's just generally talking. And so how did you know, Daisy? He says. So that conversation's happening. In the light of the psychology role, you're beginning to think, he's probing for something here. It seems like genuine questions, but he's got an ulterior motive. So Edmund, he's looking at you, Inspector's looking at you, and so how did you know the deceased?
With all due respect, Inspector, I don't answer questions of the police. I'll be asking the majority of the questions here.
Nice.
Give me a persuade roll.
Yeah. And I take out a 50 pounds as I do that.
Not a small sum.
And just sort of hold that and kind of crinkle the edge of the paper in between my thumb and forefinger, and I'll go ahead and give you that roll.
Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look here. Oh yeah, that's a 9.
Wow. Okay, and who was it that was doing the psychology roll? Was that Reinhard?
No, that was Clarence.
Clarence. All right, so I'm going to talk to both of you as we're doing this, okay? So, Edmund, you say, I will be the one asking the questions here. And you start thumbing this £50 note. And the inspector is Inspector Baker, by the way. Baker sort of goes, this is unusual. I do need to ask some questions, though, sir. But you can see that he's like taking a step back. So you must be like aristocracy or something. You're like one of the big wigs. So am I answerable to you? So you can see him questioning that, and as he does, Clarence, you can see the constable that's up the stairs in the building actually takes a step backwards into the shadows a little bit, and he pulls his truncheon out.
There's no way we can tell whether or not he looked anything like. We didn't get a good look at the guy.
No, you did not get a good look.
I'll let everybody know quietly that what I've seen, if I can, without the constable seeing it.
Well, it's very easy with Arthur, actually, because he seems to be engrossed with this very colourful berry bush, and you could just, like, go over to him and sort of whisper in his ear, no problem at all.
Get off of this bush, we need to pay attention.
So Inspector Baker to Edmund is like, I suppose you'll want to come in, then.
He says, put it this way, Inspector. I won't need to be contacting any of my legal representation if we maybe can serve each other symbiotically in this process.
Very well, sir. And what do you propose?
Well, show me inside, and my associates shall come with me, as they're the experts here.
Very well, yes, sir. Follow me. So Inspector Baker actually starts going up the stairs. As he does go up the stairs, and Clarence, because you've been watching for this, but the others, you've been tipped off, so you're heightened to it now. The constable that was upstairs that went backwards, as you're coming up the stairs, basically the house has a long corridor that goes away, and two doors on the left-hand side that go, well, typical layout would be there'd be some kind of front room, living room off to the left, probably going into a dining room on the second door, back into a kitchen area, and there are some stairs going up. The constable that retreated back into the shadows has gone between the stairs and the doorways, and he's gone back into the hallway somewhat. And he is standing backwards in the dark, and he has his truncheon out. And his helmet is off, and it's been kind of kicked to one side. The way that this is shaping, though, is like Inspector Baker goes up the stairs and goes in. The door has just been kicked open, like, similar to the library. The other constable falls in behind you all, and you can see him. Clarence, you're particularly attuned to this. He's thumbing his truncheon. He's getting ready for something.
Outside, when I was still inspecting the bush and Clarence told me of this, I would have reached inside my medical bag and would have palmed a scalpel out of my equipment.
Okay. So, Edmund, you're following Inspector Baker. Inspector Baker goes in, he kind of indicates towards the door. Forced entry, he says, stating the obvious.
If I might, before I follow him right through the door, I'll go to the trunk of my German horse, and I'll pull my own weapon, my own sidearm out of there as well. It's a modest double-barrel shotgun, of course, that I'll tuck behind my sports coat.
Alley cleaner.
I can imagine the nonchalantness of Edmund just opening up his trunk and everyone's like just watching, and he pulls out a freaking shotgun, folds it over his arm like he's off to the hunt.
Well,
We'll proceed now.
I was going to say, it is a legal firearm in London at this time.
It is. Inspector Baker at the top of the stairs. The two things go across this guy's face, and Clarence, you catch them all. The first is, he almost has this expression of, I'm an inspector, I should do something about this, but I can't as a shotgun. It's very untoward, but he's an ability, they're a little quirky. You see all of that going over his face, but underneath, there's worry. There's genuine concern. Like, he actually pats his jacket a little bit. Like, he's just making sure something's still there. And then he forces a smile. I'm not sure you're going to need that, sir. We've checked the house. Everything's clear.
Was Daisy actually in the house, or any? I thought maybe we should probably ask about that. I don't know.
Was and still is, and won't be leaving anytime soon.
Oh dear.
My fear precisely.
So,
I am a medical expert. May I inspect the body?
so as Edmund goes walking towards a house, shotgun over his arm, the young Bobby, the young constable that was like going to fall in behind you all, and this is word for word what he says. What the fuck are you doing? You're not shooting grouse around here, sir. I did. No, there'll be no need for that, Howard. No need for that. This is nobility here, says Baker at the top of the stairs. Yeah, but, sir, he's got a bloody shotgun. It'll be fine.
Perhaps you want to keep your deputy in line, Inspector.
Yes, I will do. Howard, no more of that type of speak, please. Now, if you will, sir, I can take you to the house and show you the poor young lady.
Have we ever been in her house before? I mean, we all know her, but
I would say that Arthur, you've maybe been in her house once. You've never really sort of been upstairs. You were here briefly. You know, actually, you took her to another part of London once, but none of you are outside of that. Very casual.
Okay.
As we're going inside, I very carefully take my rosary out, like I'm going to pray, and I wrap it very tight around my hand.
Nice.
All right. Okay.
And as we pass by each of the deputies and the inspector, I'm like, go in peace, son. Please show us to Miss Daisy.
So, I want to make sure. Inspector Baker himself is kind of leading the way. One constable is downstairs, who's gone back into the shadows a little bit, has his truncheon out. The young mouthy constable that was really not behaving in a very professional manner. He is dilly-dallying around on the streets, a little bit like where you found him. But, Clarence, you can see that, I mean, A, he's got a good firm grip on his truncheon, and he's just waiting for you guys to get in, and then he's going to be following up behind you. So unless you say otherwise, I assume that there's a general milling up the stairs, but tell me if you're not.
if I get the indication from, like, say, Junior outside that maybe these are not actually police officers, do I get any kind of sense of that?
So that's a really, really, really good question. You are pretty damn sure that they are police officers. You are also pretty damn sure that they're not behaving as police officers right now.
I will regard the commissioner according to your conduct that you just displayed.
What, young Howard there? Don't worry about him. I'll have him up on a charge for that type of language. Got it well under control.
The commissioner is a personal friend of mine. We just attended dinner together at a ball a few months ago. I'll be sure to mention it nonetheless. I'll keep your name out of it.
I want to make sure that everyone in the party here knows that I've seen the truncheon and that they're aware that we're probably walking into something bad here.
Yeah.
I think Edmund's made some subtle observations that he's bossing these people around, and he hasn't thrown any names around yet, which would be a little out of the usual. He usually has to call and say some big shots names for people to get their attention, but he hasn't had to do as much, and he's a little uneasy even with his own sort of posturing.
Yes, and there is a definite unease. Like there is a trap about to be sprung or something. But the face of Inspector Baker is somewhat serene, a little bit of a forced smile as he kind of makes his way in. As he's walking, he's actually making his way towards the stairs because he goes living room, no sign of disturbance there. Family room, dining room, and he indicates towards the second door. No disturbance there either. There was a pot of tea on the go, still a little warm, and he starts making his way upstairs. This is unfortunately where we found the young lady in question, and he starts going up the stairs. They're creaking underneath his weight.
You said the front door looked like it was kicked in.
Oh, it's been definitely kicked open, yeah.
But there's no sign of disturbance in the front room at all.
No.
And her body is upstairs. That's where we're going.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to
And
ask.
yeah, go on.
I was going to say I'm going to try to see if I can't get a little closer to Sergeant Baker and very quietly ask him if if everything's all right. He seems rather shaken right now.
Well, he sort of stops momentarily, sort of looks over his shoulder towards you. It's not every day that you have to witness a, young lady killed in such a manner. And he kind of keeps going. He's lying. He doesn't give a shit about her. And he keeps going up the stairs.
Does it seem like he was trying to make it obvious he was lying, or
No.
was it a...
No.
Okay.
No, you just know. You're reading this guy right now.
Okay.
All right,
So,
go ahead.
well, basically, I want to make some kind of comment to the fact that your boys seem rather edgy here with their truncheons.
He doesn't even look over his shoulder. He says it's probably the shotgun. Again, he's lying.
So,
Although, no, there's an element of truth to that. They are bothered by the shotgun quite a
Sure
bit.
they are.
All right.
perhaps the shotgun is a little bit troubling for you all, but I've never had any problem watching Professor Corningham. He's one of his associates that knows the commissioner in the London police. We go shooting with the commissioner all the time. I perhaps thought you would appreciate the weaponry.
He nods in a distracted like way. And he gets to the top of the stairs. He's like, are all four of you just following up the stairs now? This point?
Yeah.
Alright.
I want to keep my eye on the guy behind us. I'm also going to take pictures as we're going along for the archives here, and if I can get a shot of the detective.
No pictures. No pictures.
The,
He actually comes, as you start breaking out the cameras, no pictures. That's not on. This is a crime scene. No pictures. Put that away.
well, as an investigative journalist, I would have thought you would have liked to have professional photos done of the crime scene. They may come in handy later on.
Now, sir, says the young kid who's now, or the young guy at the copper, as he makes his way in to the broken down doorway. He actually, so this door's been kicked open, the lock and everything has been bust out. This young constable steps in, and even though you're not going to be able to keep the door closed, he actually closes the door behind him as best as he can, all putting everything into a gloom in the corridor. You're all up on the stairs. You heard him. Put the camera away or I'll smash it.
Oh, I'll put the camera away, and I'm not used to seeing the press handled in a manner like this. Seems very unprofessional.
At the first sign of anything, the guy who's in front of the door, he's gonna be the one that I'm putting a knife in to. Just FYI.
This is getting real. All right.
Hey man, they started it. I'm just saying.
So you can see Inspector Baker's at the top of the stairs. He's intending to sort of sweep around into one of the bedrooms. He's kind of looking down. He's got a constable at the door that's mouthing off on Clarence here. And Edmund, Clarence, Reinhard, Arthur, you're kind of all on the stairs. The other constable is kind of tucked away on the ground floor here. And Inspector Baker goes, we're good here. Yes, gentlemen?
Very soon I will not be. If he speaks out of turn one more time or disrespects any one of my associates or myself again, shotgun camera or not, sir.
Because
No, let's calm down, everyone. We don't want to do anything that would require confession later on.
Because I know we all speak it, I say in Latin to all my compatriots, I think these gentlemen mean to do us harm. I say in Latin. I don't know if there's a gentleman in Latin, but I think these men intend to do us harm. I say in Latin to all my friends.
I respond veritas, which I think is the right word, but
Etienne.
Nice. I like it. There is actually, you see a very quick exchange between the constable at the bottom of the stairs, Inspector Baker at the top of the stairs. When you guys start doing just quick Latin, they look at each other, concerned, a little confused, on edge.
Oh shit! It looks like we're speaking in tongues now, doesn't it?
Inspector Baker again steals himself. You can see him he almost puts on a mask, and he goes, "Anyway, let's let me show you to her bedroom. Yes? So he actually stands to one side and he indicates towards the door in the bedroom. The door has likewise been kicked open. Being a lighter interior door, actually one of the interior panels on it is actually broken almost completely out of place. It's been bashed down. And beyond, you can see there is a lady's bedroom in there. None of you have actually gone in yet, but you can see a four-poster bed. It looks like some sheets have actually been pulled off the bed. There's a desk in there with a whole bunch of books. There's a bookshelf, and there's a lot of disarray in here. And just through the doorway, you can see a feminine arm just lying on the ground, quite bloody. This is before you've even gone in.
Oh, good lord. I'll kind of push through a little bit and move over to Daisy's arm. Is her face uncovered, or has any part of her been covered up?
So she's lying there. She's in a nightgown. Fortunately, she's not completely naked, but she has been beaten to death. Oh. She is dead. She's still warm. But she is dead. She's got the latest little ringlets as the fashion here in London. But she is just out on the ground, and it just looks like her neck has been broken from blunt force trauma.
The first crime scene.
Actually, hold on a sec. Give me a spot, please, and then we'll get back to you, Arthur.
26.
That's good, right?
Yes. Actually, I'm going to spend 1 point to make it good. 1 luck point.
Okay, great. You notice that her hand, like her arm off to one side here, her hand is crumpled around a little bit of tan fabric.
Okay, I'm...
Like the inspector's coat, where it was torn.
Yes. I kind of... I'm going to try and stealthily pull that out of her hand while I motion for Arthur to come in to look at the body. And if Arthur approaches, I kind of whisper, "She's still warm. This happened very recently. Could you tell how recent?"
Can I try to keep the inspector occupied while these two sort of do their business here, as I see they're sort of moving into...
Knowing Edmund and your blusteriness, I don't think that's a problem at all. Like, at all. Edmund goes into full Edmund mode. All of you have been around Edmund for several years now. And when Edmund turns on the Edmund tap, people begin to start shaking around him. Only Edmund can do Edmund. And he starts to turn it on now. It's definitely distracted him. What you start to see, though, is Inspector Baker, like, his eyes are on you. He can't believe what he's hearing right now. But he keeps glancing back to the bedroom in almost a concerned way. Like what are they doing in there? Are they finding anything? You keep dragging him back again because of that.
It'll just be a few moments. It was 1890 and it was Gloucestershire. At that time we were shooting quail. And
now I know Arthur's going in. Reinhold, was it you that was actually trying to hide the little cloth?
Yes.
Okay. You can give me just a straight dex, okay? A dexterity roll, but with advantage. That means you roll your percentile, the tens twice, and take the best one.
Okay. Oh well, right off the bat is an 11.
That sounds good.
That's a very good success. The best possible kind of success for me.
Nice. Was it extreme? Is that what it's called?
Extreme, yes.
Nice.
All right. So
yes, that's
not a problem at all. So you hear Edmund starting to regale a reluctant Inspector Baker, and Baker's kind of doing this a lot, but he's trying to look in the room. You have ample opportunity to snatch it out of hand and snaggle it to one side. Plus, Arthur, you're walking into a room, so you do a little bit of a body shield type of thing before you sort of crouch down.
And I'm a big guy. So.
You are a big guy. Now, things you generally notice, anyone that does come into this room or look into the room, this is a typical female bedroom and one of the famale species. Everything is very delicate. Everything is colourful, bright, lace, four-poster bed, bedside table, you know, a little sort of dressing table here with the big mirror on it. But in a sharp contrast to it, there's almost a study in here too. There's a quite a large table with a chair, one of those sort of rotating chairs with the big backs that's now been sort of tipped over, and it's covered, and she's got a shelf too. There's books, there's a sprawl of newspaper, there's a sprawl of journals and things like that on here. She's been making sort of mad notes, and she's been doing it all right here. Looks like she was dragged out of her chair and killed almost right on the spot, because she was quite a small, delicate little thing. The inspector that was actually on the ground floor at the door steps back and leans against that door because it won't stay shut on its own. The inspector that had actually retreated into the shadows comes towards the front of the house and stands next to the young constable. Sorry, I was saying inspector, constable. The two constables are now down there. Baker is completely distracted by Edmund altogether at this point. That leaves Arthur, Clarence, and Reinhard. What would you guys like to do?
Clarence is actually going to start in a crazy story about how it's obviously there was a whole bunch of people that came in here. Look at the evidence. Look at the ground here. There was obviously at least 5 guys that came in here, and they were tall. And it just basically, I'm going to describe people that look nothing like the detectives or anything else in the room. Basically, come up with some bullshit story about it's obvious that something has happened that we've missed it. We should have called sooner. You guys could have gotten there and saved her, and just basically trying to bullshit them into, because I've obviously, from a psychology point of view, I know something's wrong. I don't know if my character knows about the sleeve yet, but something.
You can say that you do. You can say that you do. You guys can talk Latin. You can do your little sort of tales and stuff. You know.
So basically, I'm trying to bullshit them into thinking that they're not suspects in our mind, that they're here to help, and that we're looking for someone else. That whoever performed this dastardly deed. I want to make. I want to be loud about it, very obvious that we're not even considering them suspects. Wouldn't that be maybe a fast talk roll or something?
Well, what do you feel is appropriate in this? You can do persuade, you can do a fast talk, or what you feel is appropriate. That's okay.
I think I'm going to do fast talk because there's a lot better skill in it. That would be a no. No, not even close.
Well, and that's okay. A lot of this is story driven, and it's not just the dice results, right? What you see as a result of this is there's an element of Baker. You could see this in him from your earlier psychology roll, where he is hoping you're telling the truth. Like, he wants to believe what you're saying quite a bit. So, but you can see some doubt, mistrust, but he's listening to every word you're saying.
In Latin, I would say, as Clarence is when he's done with all this, and we're kind of seeing the aftermath of that, and he's looking at Daisy's body. In Latin, he would mutter, "I think they did this to her. What do we want to do?"
Arthur, could you actually give me a medicine roll?
I will give you a medicine roll. I got just a regular success.
All right. Daisy, she's not just warm. She was killed minutes ago.
Ooh, I will say that. I will say in Latin, minuten. No. So I don't know what it is in Latin, but hopefully it doesn't sound like it's minutes. Like maybe I won't just say that. I'll say like a phrase so it's blended in with it. But I'll say she was killed moments before we got here, not hours.
Doctor, if she was killed hours ago, whoever answered the phone must have killed her. Obviously, she was already dead at the time. If what you're telling me is that she's been dead that long, I mean, it's obvious. We need to find the person that picked up the phone. Do we even do fingerprints at this point? I don't even know if that's a thing.
I think it is. It's early stages.
In the 20s, yeah, it's probably they're just studying that type of thing. Yeah.
I wonder if there's any way we could, if we could figure out who could have answered that phone instead of her. I mean, let's try to get a timeline together here. So, like if it's 2:00 in the morning, let's say, So we called her at, just before midnight, and she was probably killed, at about 11, Doc? Something like that?
You're saying this in English out loud.
Yes,
so they
yes,
can
out
hear
loud,
it?
because I want to hear them say, reach a conclusion that you're a bad doctor and that we are basically convinced she was killed earlier.
The cops are watching you intently, and they're listening to every word here. They're listening to every word.
I suck at lying, dude. So
I will say this too. Clarence, you've got enough familiarity with the police to know their protocols and processes, right? And right now they're not following them, like, at all. They are way off script. A, just the fact that you're here. B, they're not even sort of keeping the crime scene sort of like sterile, so to speak. I mean, it's not modern standards, but you shouldn't even be here. You should not even be around the body. They are clearly reading you for what you know. So as you start throwing out these false clues back to the police that are looking for clues, you can see that they're listening. They're lapping this shit up, for sure.
I'd like to engage with the inspector and say, Inspector, have you heard of the old adage of the dove and the wolf's den?
I have not.
Well, that would be correct because I just made that up. Tell me, what are you making up?
Sorry, sir?
What have you...
I was expecting him to go.
He snaps. Actually, you literally. He's been doing this a lot, and when you say that line, his eyes just focus on you, and for a moment, there is burning rage, just for the briefest of moments.
Murder hobo activated.
I'm sorry, sir. I think I misunderstood. What did you say?
Well, see, if I were to expound upon the tale of the dove and the wolf's den, I would say that the dove had found itself in a place of an awful predicament, wouldn't it have? In a place that it doesn't belong, with treacherous beasts around it, waiting to devour it at any moment. Tell me, Inspector, which would you be in this scenario, the dove or the wolf?
Why, I would be the wolf. Give me a... No, you don't need to roll. He hopes he's the wolf.
I don't even need a psychology roll. He says it and he goes, please let me be the wolf. Please let me be the wolf. Please let me be the wolf. I know, bro's got a shotgun over his shoulder, man.
There is a creak of weight on the stairs. Someone has at least made a partial way up.
Were the two constables downstairs, or were they upstairs?
They were downstairs originally.
So somebody's making their way up.
It's not it's not that, but it's definitely someone has at least gone part way up the stairs.
I actually want to come around the stairs and then engage them with they've been dead. This woman's been dead for a long time. Have you got any indication of footprints that came in? Any kind of an indication. If you talk to the neighbors, maybe they saw something. We figure she's been dead since 11 o'clock.
So
at least.
Both constables are actually making their way up the stairs. They seem to be making their way up the stairs slowly. They stop when you appear at the top. And the young constable, Howard, you remember his name as, he actually looks behind him to the other constable, then looks to you and goes, well, yes, sir, there was actually a little bit of commotion evidence in the back garden. Would you like to... Shall I show you?
What kind of commotion? I mean, is it, I'm not allowed to get my camera out, and I'm not sure how useful...
Oh, we'll let you get your camera out in the back garden. That's not a problem,
okay,
sir.
okay. What kind of commotion was it? I mean,
Back door kicked open, lots of footsteps in the yard, things knocked over. We think they exited that way. Can I show you, sir?
Well, obviously, this fits right around with our theory about this.
Yeah, you seem to be
there
very
was a
smart
group
about
of
this.
people, a big group of people. They must have come in we're figuring when we made the telephone call, it was just before midnight. They answered the phone. This is all coming together. I don't even think we need to go look in the garden. I think we're starting to get a good picture here of what's going on. I'm gonna start, talking to my comrades.
Give me a
here
fast talk. Give me a fast talk there, Clarence.
No, I did not.
What do you miss it by?
A lot.
All right.
Oh.
Everything you're saying is being heard, without a doubt. And you get this vibe that these guys just want you guys gone. He actually takes a step down the stairs and goes, "All right, sir, you really seem to have things under control. I'll leave it to you if you want to actually take a look. Obviously, we're here for you." And he just sort of takes a step back. So your words have had effect, without a doubt.
Is he the one with his trenching out?
Yes. Well, both do, actually. Both do.
Can I please...
The young kid did not. Now he does.
Can I please do a spot hidden on the
You're
trenchants?
in the bedroom.
Ah, okay.
So you can't see them right now, in all fairness.
May I speak out my idea in
Yeah.
Latin to my companions? Look to see if their clubs look like they've been used on our young friend.
That's fair.
If there's bits of hair,
Edmund
blood.
and Clarence, you're both in a position to be able to actually see. So both of you can give me a spot. Clarence, you can do it with advantage because you're closer.
Yeah, as well as I'm looking over the body and she's been beaten to death by blunt objects. Can you
I'm
see
gonna
if they're...
burn 4 luck to make that a success.
Fair.
I stay sort of locked in my gaze with the intimidating sort of stare on the inspector. I don't.
And
try to
you
look
don't want to
at
make... You were definitely intimidating the shit out of him like
You guys
that,
are
by the way.
alpha wolf.
Yes, Alpha
Going at
Wolf. I'm the wolf, am I? Please? I don't want to be the dove again. So you're doing that. You don't want to make it obvious as you start looking at truncheons, right? So you're out of it. But Clarence, you look down the stairs. Both guys have got their truncheons out. And truncheons are not nightsticks, right? They're like about so long, heavy, thick, dense wood. And yes, there's definite staining, recent staining. Maybe a twirl of hair hanging off
Oh my
one.
god, they beat her to
Definitely.
death just moments before we got here. Oh, I want to go for murder hobo on these guys. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, if I'm saying in Latin that, pick your battles, and I don't know that we want to...
Every time you guys speak in Latin, by the way, Baker is like, what the fuck? You get the impression that he knows that you're talking, but also there's a priest here. Priests are, like, godly, so it's all good. You guys must be talking about some priest shit. Maybe it's a prayer. And so he's, like, almost convincing himself.
Well,
Well, I-
3 seems like good odds. I'm just saying.
I did practice a bit of boxing back in this. Wait, was that me or Edmund? One of us was boxing in college. I remember that much.
Oh God! Reinhardt throws himself into battle. Wait, it wasn't me.
Yeah, Reinhardt's the one that said, I was on the Olympic swimming team. Oh, no, I wasn't. So when Reinhardt says, I was a boxer, like, were you, though?
I have the golden gloves. I say in Latin back to the group. I haven't responded much in the Latin chatter. I really want to keep the inspector focused on me, but I just I respond back just so whoever's nearest to me can hear. I say, let me know what I need to do as I move my hand very casually up my sort of lapel of my jacket and back toward my gun.
I'm going to call out to Edmund and say, you really ought to put a good word for these chaps here. They've done a good job of keeping the scene safe, and I don't know that we'd have gotten any kind of evidence if they hadn't a gunman when they did. Just kind of bullshit about how what a great job they're doing.
Clarence, I couldn't agree more. In fact, I'll phone the commissioner and I'll schedule dinner with him this evening.
It's 2:00 in the morning, sir, says the dove.
Oh, well, breakfast.
Oh, breakfast, of course.
Is that I was gonna say, was that code for let's shoot him in the face? No, it wasn't. Okay, just kidding.
With the scalpel. Doc, no, abandon. So Baker kind of sort of straightens himself and he says, "She was clearly a friend of yours. If you would like a moment to see to her affairs, we will obviously stand to one side. It is a crime scene, but with your status here, obviously in society, I can be downstairs and just let you see to things, if that works."
Compassion is so rare these days, especially in these times, and we appreciate you giving a chance for us to mourn our loss, and then see if we can't get a little quiet time alone to see what's going on upstairs.
Baker is taking side steps around you because you're not moving. You're going like this, like it's a movable rock, the Rock of Gibraltar, and so he's like sort of trying to sidestep around you a little bit. There's an element you can read him. There's an element of he just wants to get away right now because you're scaring the shit out of him. So he sidles to one side. He gets to the top of the stairs and he goes, "Of course." He takes one last glance into the bedroom and then takes his steps down to the lower floor. Please, take your time. And he goes down the stairs.
You know, Father, it would be nice if you could say some prayers, perhaps very loudly, to over the body at this point.
So we can converse. As he's going,
I am a big guy, so I call upon my deep booming voice, the same one I use when I'm giving the homily during services.
Reinhard actually does. So Reinhard, now it dawns on you. Reinhard, I mentioned before that he's not a thin man, but he's not really like a portly man. Reinhard is almost like an opera man. He just has presence.
He's got a voice like Andre Bocelli.
And when he starts belting out a sermon, oh, he's got it. It comes from down in here. So Reinhard, you start belting it out. Alright, so Reinhard is offering up prayer over poor Daisy. What are the other three of you doing? There's a body, clearly killed. Her bed, collection of books and manuscripts and things like that. In fact, I'll even bring up a picture of like her manuscripts right here. And I will send this over to you in chat. And books. There we go.
So yeah, so he's distracting with like voices and stuff. So I guess that gives us a cover to whisper amongst ourselves.
Yes. Oh yes.
What do you propose we should do here, gentlemen?
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
We obviously, we've got a problem here, and we need to collect as much evidence as we can without being obvious, and maybe we can get out of here without having to kill any cops. We've got these books that she has out. There's a book that's actually open here with the grail in here. Does she have? Are those her notes or just a book that she was reading?
These are definitely just her books. Now, one of the common themes in the books that she's got around here is a lot of them are actually older books. These are not recent. Daisy spent a lot of time digging up like books from the 18th century, 16th century. She's got some pieces here that are worth something. Like she probably stole them from libraries or something. Without a doubt, you're looking at some of those right now. Everyone actually can give me a spot as well, please.
I actually passed the spot hidden. It's actually a hard success.
That's perfect. Her bed, she actually has a diary, a journal, a personal journal that's actually been tucked between the mattress and the bed springs itself. And what you see is there's a little red ribbon that matches the red of her front door that is poking out between the two. That's what you see. And so you are able to actually pull her journal out. I will send a link across. There's actually quite a bit to read here. So...
Yeah, we would probably just take the book and... would they be able to see if I was to take pictures? Would they see a flash if I were to take any pictures of the room? Do I think if I was to take pictures?
They probably wouldn't see the flash. Maybe no, they probably would from the bottom if they're looking up. They probably, but they're gonna hear it. The flash is back there. You know, they're gonna know you're taking pictures.
Okay. Gentlemen, I think we ought to take as much as we can out of here, and then I'm going to mention to him that I noticed that the sergeant was patting something in his pocket, like he was hiding something that was in his pocket before.
Who here has the revolver? One of you does. I thought one of you had a revolver. Am I mistaken?
I have a ballpoint pen, basically.
I have a revolver.
Okay. The way he was doing this, he was checking that his revolver was in place. It was an absent-minded thing. He was like, my gun's there, right? Yeah, okay.
And I would say that, obviously, this being not only London, but also the 20s, guns aren't even issued for cops. So the fact that he even has a gun on him is suspicious. So yes, I would relay that information. He's got a gun on him. All of you know that I keep a gun on me. So if any of you go, oh God, I need a gun, go for the doctor's bag. There's a gun in there. It's a 32, but hey.
I say that we take the diary and any books that we can, that we think we can hide reasonably, and then see if we can't get out of the house without.
These men murdered our friend, though.
I realize that, but they're also cops, and we can't kill cops, at least not out in the open like this. I think whatever's going on here, she was killed for the same reason that Smith was killed. And obviously the cops are in on it.
What if the people we reported hurt her were the ones that hurt them? So if they find their bodies, we can try to convince people that, oh, whoever hurt her must have killed them too.
Reinhard, it was you with the cloth, right?
Yes.
All right. So Reinhard, just so you know, because you've had plenty of time with that piece of cloth and you've got some privacy right now. Actually, it's clearly part of a lapel, clearly, and so you can actually tell the front of the lapel from the underside of the lapel. The underside of the lapel is actually a different color, and on the underside, there's actually a little badge, a medallion, so to speak, a pin through it. The pin looks like a fish, and the scales of the fish are actually oak leaves. I've sent you a picture of it. I'm gonna bring it up in chat. It's detachable. It's like, it is a pin, basically.
Yeah, I'm definitely, no matter what I do with the cloth, I'm going to disconnect the pen from it and slide that, look at it closely and then slide it into my pocket so we can look at it after we get out of here. I do kind of motion Arthur a little bit in case something happens to me, that he sees the pen as I put it into my pocket.
Yeah, I see him putting a pin, and he makes note of it and puts it in. Arthur was all right.
And then while I understand what we're planning, I'm not really for killing police officers. I think there's a better way to handle this.
I just tactically, like I say, basically I have a fountain pen on me and a camera, and if we're going to fight our way out of here or kill these guys, I can take pictures for everybody as they're doing it, but I have no weapon.
You're not going to use the role-playing element and be like, and actually my 45 is right.
Oh, you're thinking so small, my summer child. I have a Tommy gun.
I do have one question. Is the phone, Daisy's phone, is it up here in her room or was it downstairs?
Downstairs in the hallway. There's a little tiny phone table down the hallway where one of the constables actually retreated earlier on. You remember seeing it now. What's your line of questioning? Are you, as you recollect this?
Well, I'm thinking. So we've done some investigating before. Forensic science is still in its early days, but like we mentioned, fingerprinting is a thing. Although we don't want to do this in front of the officers, if we can take that phone and get it out of here, and perhaps fingerprint it, we could use that to prove that these officers were the ones who may have answered the phone earlier when we called.
Yeah, but if they see that we've taken the telephone, they'll know the gig is up. I think it's important that we get out of here with them thinking, one, that we think it's somebody else, and then two, we definitely don't think it's them.
Is there a record player in her room, or is there a record player downstairs?
A record player?
I ask because we called and somebody picked up the phone and just was silent, whatever, but that was 2 hours ago.
Right.
So I'm wondering if someone was entering her home and picked up the phone when it was ringing and she didn't hear it. So was she in her room playing music that she maybe didn't hear her? She didn't hear the phone.
I see what you're saying.
Nice. Very nice.
Her record player would be downstairs in the family room, without a doubt.
Okay.
It's not up here in the bedroom.
Is it? I'm upstairs, but when we were coming up, was it on and or activated, and maybe a record was like over and it was like just skipping on the thing, or was it turned off?
You don't know. You'd have to be down there and
Right.
taking a look at it. You mean,
it,
in all fairness, you'd have to be.
If her phone is downstairs, yet she was just killed, let's say within the last 10 minutes, that's like an hour and 50 minutes from when somebody picked up the phone call and was all suspicious, and we were like,
Yeah,
oh,
close
no,
to 2 hours.
We gotta
Right.
go. She might have been, this whole time, she might have been questioned and interrogated. Crap.
You're a medical guy. Because you're having that train of thought, you're sort of sitting there or standing there. You're kind of pacing in her bedroom, and you're going. So that's 2 hours of potentially being interrogated, and that causes you to look back into the body, which seems almost so virginally pure, except for the fact that she's got a snapped neck. But no, she's actually got. Like, there's a little bit of blood around her feet, and there's a little bit of, like, blood here. She's actually had some nails pulled out. Now you're looking.
Yeah.
Small, surgical, but almost, I'm interrogating a woman. I don't need to do much damage to her to get her to talk. There's that level of, like, bodily harm.
Did we check her body for anything also? Is it possible she has something in her pockets?
She has a night slip on. It's just a very silky little thing. There's no pocket. Women don't get pockets, man. You know that. It's like there's no room for hiding anything. I mean, you check her over, but there's nothing else there.
Yeah, the only thing she had was what Reinhardt found was the collar of the guy that we're talking to, or that she tore off when she was going, "No, don't kill me."
Well, this is lingering on. It's in Latin, I say the equivalent of this is a moment of truth. Are we getting out of here? Or are we going to do the Lord's good justice?
You know what? If that's what you're gonna say to convince me to come back to the faith, I'm all for it, man. Oh, I know Clarence doesn't want a conflict, but these guys murdered our friend, and they murdered her bad. I mean, they tortured her and they murdered her moments before we got back. It's one of those things where it's like a scene from a film where you're just like, no, the heroes were almost there.
All right, so here I'm gonna pause because it suddenly comes to you. They killed her when you pulled up.
It was because we pulled up that they killed her.
It was because you pulled up. They killed her. Give me a sanity roll.
Success, thankfully.
Success.
If you fail it, just lose 1. No big deal. but it would be that realization that your arrival, she was being killed when you arrived because you arrived.
Gentlemen, and I say this in the lowest voice possible and start to move in, I say, I propose, just for a moment, perhaps we leave. I make it very careless and obvious that our business is done here. We head back to the horse, and you can begin inspecting some of the artifacts that we've extracted from the young one's residence. We get the jump, if you will, on these officers as they come out. Maybe at a better time. It is the dead of night, of course. Maybe the vantage point we might be able to gain here could be
Discretion
more
is a better part of valor. I think we can extract justice, but I don't think this is the time. We should do it on our terms, not theirs.
Well, then,
Reinhard, having lost a point of sanity, is getting a bit red in the face. I kind of the smarter side of me sees the logic in that. I kind of toss what sheets was in my hand, throw it down, and I'm going to kind of stomp down and out towards the front. And I stop at each constable and the inspector, and I look at them very pointedly. I say, "Go in peace, my son." And I stare at each one, and then I move towards to leave.
The bit that he discarded, which was the collar of the guy, I myself will take it and put it in my doctor's bag.
Okay.
So
So
they don't know that we know that they did the thing.
when Reinhard comes down the stairs and he's like, "Go in peace, my son. Go in peace." They're kind of like, you're okay. Look, you're a clergyman at this point, and it's almost like you got the fear of God in them. They don't want to actually harm a clergyman. You can see this in their faces, and they sort of take a step backwards, and it's almost like this doff of a cap in their visual expression as they do so. And you kind of sort of look them all in the eye as you go, Baker is looking you up and down. No, he's good, it's fine. And you kind of like pull open the broken red door. Night air sort of wafts on in. They don't stop you.
I walk a good 20 meters or so out down the street, stop and just force myself to take several deep breaths and wait for my friends to rejoin me. I am a man of the Lord. I have taken vows. I have taken vows. I have taken vows.
I love it, man. Good job. Nice. Yeah, and you feel in that night air, in that crispness, you can feel the evil of the world, and these men may be it, but you feel the good Lord is with you. You feel that power, that calmness, and you. So what is everyone else doing? Clarence, Edmund, Arthur.
Clarence is going to go down the stairs, visibly upset over what he's seen here and everything, and just tell the officers, thanks for all of their help and everything, and could they, please make sure that, appropriate burial arrangements are made or something to that effect. That I'm going to be very empathetic and, thank them profusely for, treating her gently and not having anything, I don't know, just in a way that I'm trying to kiss their ass and tell them what a great job that they've done and everything. And that
Baker latches on to a lot of what you're saying, in that he almost wants to sweep this under a rug, and he's like, yes, of course.
And
of course, she'll be respected.
If you could please do whatever you can to catch the perpetrators of this, such a horrible crime. Someone must be held accountable for this. Will you keep us in the loop if you find anything out about these perpetrators?
As Edmund is coming down the stairs, by the way, the Inspector Baker almost indicates up and says, I think we're going to have to. So yes, you can rest assured.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, do you? Then Clarence, as you're sort of leaving, and no one stops you, you feel a lot of eyes on you as you leave through the door. Young Howard, you hear him behind you. Didn't take any pictures of a naked chick, huh?
I guess I'm just going to turn and glare at him and
Oh no.
look up at Edmund and say, the commissioner needs to hear about this behavior. I don't understand why people in our position should be treated this way. I just kind of grumble off, but I'm not going to engage.
Meant no disrespect, sir, he says with his trunk chin, pushing his little head up. Meant no
no.
disrespect.
Oh no.
As I come down to the, separated
Oh, no.
with the police between Clarence and myself, I make my way to the landing at the bottom of the stairs and say, "See, the interesting thing about the adage that I continue to belabor over, Inspector, is that the wolf is always in the hunt." When I walk out past them.
Oh, my friends.
Good. Nice. Yeah, you... Okay, I know, I love that. So, you say that, and you see this like, dichotomy of this flair of the challenge within him, but also, he doesn't want to do this. You see conflict, and you sweep away from him, almost sure that your paths will cross again one day.
Oh, and they will.
Arthur, I think you're the only person coming down the stairs right now.
As I grab the piece of
Who has the
cloth-
journal, by the way? Did anyone pick up the journal?
I think that was gonna. You picked it up. Okay.
Clarence has got it?
If it was
Right.
left behind, I would put it in my doctor's bag. I take the piece of the inspector.
Because you, Doc, actually, Baker doesn't say, sorry, sir, but we've got to check in the bag and make sure you're not removing anything from the scene.
As before I left the room, before he asks this, I had already taken out 2 additional scalpels and put them in my coat pocket, as well as a bone saw for easily
Okay.
obtainable bladed weapons.
Okay.
So as I'm leaving, the inspector
Yeah,
tries
if
to...
you could just open it up real quick, just so we can make sure you're not removing anything from the scene.
Are you trying to besmirch my character, my good sir? Are you implying that I am trying to tamper with the scene of my friend's murder? That you and your officers have disrespected this entire time we've been here?
Give me a persuade, fast talk, intimidate, whatever you think is appropriate for this moment. You could do it with advantage, because Edmund is not just walking out right now, and Baker is like going, shit, if Edmund hears, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, and I'm just barely sort of knocking my ear back as I leave sort of the domicile.
It's like, wait, is there something going on back here?
Just sort of keeping myself.
I have to spend 4 luck, but I will spend it to win my persuade, even with advantage. The closest one I got was 4 off. So I'm gonna spend my luck to get it.
He actually sort of straightens himself and he goes, no, sir, of course not. If you could just attest that you're not removing anything from the scene.
My friend was murdered today, and you and your officers have been very glib and unprofessional about it. Do not question me about the contents of my bag, sir.
His eyes go to your bag.
I'm a medical professional, and I have seen more horrors in the war than you will ever experience in your lifetime. Move aside, sir.
Give me a psychology.
I'd move aside for the doctor.
Hey! Psychology, I beat it by 1, so I got just a regular success.
Okay, that's fine. When you say, I have seen more in the war than you will ever see, there is a moment of... No, you haven't. There is just that little moment of... No, you haven't.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him.
But then he straightens
Come on
and he sort
now.
of course, sir. Be on your way.
I stop in front of the constable who said, "Do you want to take pictures of her naked body?" I stop full on, and I actually get so my face is within 1 inch of his. And I whisper, "You're mine." And
He leans in closer.
Ooh, nice.
So there's no inches between you right now? Doing that whole man thing where he kind of leans past your face. And he goes, I bank on it, sunshine. You're mine. Go on then. Be on your way. Go on. Door's right there. Wide open. Looked like someone kicked it open.
May I ask a question out of character? To my fellow players?
Yeah. Will you mind if I kick it off right now?
that is literally going to be my question.
Listen, we're going to need you to take a few minutes to yourself, okay? Just go fix some coffee or tea. I know it's still early there.
Yeah, take the headphones off for a second. Opinions on me kicking off right now. Out of character, if I may.
Well, what is your character like? I mean, does he have a disposition for getting upset?
He is someone who's lost all faith in God, and I also, as a personal thing, did it where he's lost a bit of faith in humanity as well, and he holds on to the people that are close to him very dearly. And just the GM and she was just saying like kind of an off the cuff. Oh yeah, and by the way, Arthur, you've been here to her house. In my head, I'm like, oh, so she was actually a good friend of mine. If I've been to her home, even if it was just for a brief moment, I care about this person. I wanted to make sure she got home okay. I didn't go into her house because that wouldn't be proper. But I at some point in my life, I wanted to make sure she got home okay. So I went into her front room to make sure she was cool and we're good, and I left. And now I found out that these assholes murdered her. So...
Man, I say you do what you think your character would do. You don't have to pull the audience if you want to throw down.
Yeah,
throw
and
down.
I know we've got an audience here, but that's why I wanted to pose the
question. I could see Reinhard out in the street, kind of we are free, and then fuck.
Yeah.
It's your call.
If anyone deserves it, they have said some vile things.
I mean, take pictures of her naked body. That in and of itself is stab worthy just on its own. I mean, good lord. That's our friend they're talking about there.
Now, did any of us hear the exchange? I mean, I was already headed out the door. Did I hear any of this exchange?
I'm sure I didn't, but Edmund probably did.
I was pretty close. And in fact, the doctor and I are probably the closest in the party as far as friends.
You're all guys, right? Yeah. And you know that when two guys square off, and when they, like, MMA fighter style, like, get in each other's grill, and their heads are like this, you don't even need to hear what's being said. It speaks volumes. You can see the animosity. You can see the testosterone. Like, these are two stags about to fucking go to war right here. And you see Arthur leaning on the cop. And Edmund, you don't hear, but you can imagine what is being said. The fact that he leans in so close, but the cop leans back.
I, without any apprehension, go right between them, take the barrel of my shotgun and press it against this little bastard's chest and push him back away from the doctor and say, that'll be quite enough.
He actually does. He does. He very, very, very quickly, he's got a double barrel shotgun in his chest. He backs up against a wall, and the other constable shifts nervously. Baker, like, does this. But you've got control of the situation right now. You push Howard against the wall, and he's like, all right, Governor, it's fine. It's all good. We were just having a word.
It is fine, you little twat. That's enough out of you.
All right.
He says, Doctor, take that scalpel and put it to this man's throat.
Wait a minute, what?
All right.
I pull the bone saw that I had already put in my coat jacket before, and I put that against his throat.
I take the shotgun away from him while he's sort of got him under control now in place of me. And I say, I demand to know the matter of your behavior.
he was like saying bad things about me, sir. He just like
You're an officer of the law.
That's right, I am. Baker steps forward and goes, easy, easy, easy. Everyone was leaving. It's fine. Howard, it's good. Sir Edmund, good here, right? Everyone's leaving.
Doctor.
Am I privy to what's going on at this point? Am I looking at this, or am I able
You
to...
can see there's a this is happening right near the doorway. You can see.
Yeah.
I'm kind of hot-headed in my character, and I think I'm going to come in and probably start getting pissy about this. And what's all this then?
It's all good, says Baker. It's all good. It's fine. You were leaving.
It doesn't look
it's
good to me, Sergeant Baker. Are
Howard,
you a man being
Howard, by the
appropriate?
way, is sneering at Arthur. And Baker, so Baker to Reinhard. It's all good. It's all good.
He's sneering at me?
Yes. Like, his sneer is just like, go on. Mummy's here to protect you. Go on.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
But he's not saying a word. It's just like, his face is like, go on then.
Oh, no.
Go fuck off.
Not again.
I say in Latin to Edmund, I'm sorry, my friend.
So Baker's like, it's all fine. It's all fine. Everyone's leaving. It's touchy. Emotions are running high.
I would like to roll
Pastor.
a fighting brawl
Vicar,
against the neck of this guy with my bone saw, please.
you're going in.
I think I'm gonna have to.
You're kicking off.
I am.
Bear in mind, open doorway on a street.
Oh, god dang it.
Now, it's early morning.
I
just want to put that out there.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yes.
I don't want to use the shotgun.
Let's wake up the neighbors.
So, but
I just want to make sure, because your character would know. Cool night air coming in. Reinhard is currently heading his way back from outside, and there's this moment where you go, oh shit, that's outside.
I know I'm not an intimidating guy because I'm not the most persuading. I'm not the most charismatic character. I won't kick off, but I would like to press my blade against his throat enough where it's drawing blood and it's hurting.
No, sir. No. Officer. Right?
Enough
of the law. Officer of the law.
Enough to get him to stop talking.
He stops talking. Easy, son, says Baker. Easy. You don't want to do this. This is a rabbit hole. There's just nothing but bad.
tell
I'm
me,
saying,
Baker.
Go ahead.
And I will back off.
Tell me, Baker. Would you mind handing over your badge to me? As I still have the shotgun pointed, by the way.
An officer can't give up his badge.
He can when a shotgun is pointed at him. He can.
You gotta give me an intimidate. You gotta give me an intimidate for this. And I know you don't have much intimidate.
I don't.
But you know what? You've got a shotgun, so advantage.
Thank you. That was generous.
oh well.
I mean, you've got a shotgun pointing at him. You may not be intimidating, the shotgun is.
That's gonna be even with advantage. It's not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it.
He takes out his badge. He actually opens his coat, and he purposefully slings open the right side, which has got his 32 in it. And he takes out his badge. He goes, I will hand this to you. I have no problem doing that. I am Inspector Baker of the Yard. And any channel you go to will verify that. I suggest that this is where we part ways. Yes, Mr. Wolf? And he offers it.
Doctor, take that blade from that man's throat.
As I'm taking off with my other hand, I want to actually, assuming they're like other bobbies, do they have their badge on display on their breast?
Yes.
Then as I'm pulling this arm away, I want to take his badge off.
Howard Hempston is his name. Howard Hempston. All all of you can actually give me a spot while this is going on, because there's some close quarter shit going on.
Oh god, I'm so tense over here. Good lord.
Good! It's Call of Cthulhu, that's the point!
I succeeded. I got just
Excellent.
regular
Okay.
success.
Failed.
I'll use some luck and succeed.
Okay, so Bill Jack. Okay, so things are really, you're all up in each other's faces right now, and like snatching badges, and like Howard Hempston is like, oh, you know, as you sort of take the badge off him, like, yeah, do what you gotta do. It ain't nothing. Yeah, I'm above the law. I am the law. You know, you just see this reeking off him. But as you pull this off him, and he's got this heavy wool blue coat on, like his little lapel flicks up, and there's a little silver fish underneath it. Then it kind of flaps back down again.
I'm gonna go and relieve him of his truncheon that I'm assuming he still has in his hand.
He's like a...
resist.
Yeah.
Give us a reason to kick off. I dare you. I double dare you.
Well, as you move forward, he actually pulls his truncheon back, and he goes, "Oh no, you don't. No, you..." And like Baker does step forward, and Baker steps close to Edmund, and he says, "It doesn't have to go down this way."
Any closer, and the only thing that will be going down is your corpse, Inspector.
I'm not even gonna ask for a roll. Shit. Alright. Fuck. Alright. Clarence. Not fast talk. This is not a fast talk moment. This is like an intimidate moment, but I'll give you advantage. They're tense as hell as well. Give me an intimidate with advantage.
Let's see. My intimidate is terrible. I'll bet. I just have a feeling. My intimidate is a... Oh yeah, that's bad. No, not even close.
So his reaction is like, "Oh no. And he pulls the truncheon back and goes, "No, you don't. No, you don't." Are you going to force the situation?
When I'm looking at Edmund, what is his demeanor? Does he look like he's throwing down?
I'm pissed.
Yeah, I imagine we've all seen these faces before. Like when we've been out at the pub drinking late one night, and the boys get rowdy. We've probably seen these faces before. We know this look.
Put it this
Okay,
way, Edmund's shotgun is really expensive, and it's just been polished, and he really doesn't want blood and brain matter all over the end of it at this point, but he's getting there.
So I want to just say very quietly, so hopefully just the one officer can hear me and say, "It's the first time that's been used this evening."
Oh, you get a glance from him. He actually does turn to you and he sneers and goes, "No. Had to beat down someone who's been a little unruly, you know?"
Let him have it. I mean, I say, I'm like, yeah, that's fucking it. That is fucking it.
The voice of reason, Clarence goes, "Fuck that guy."
Fuck this. All right, I'm going to be visibly angry. I guess I'm going to take a swing at him, even though I suck at it, because now I'm really angry.
All right, I'm going to give you guys, all four of you, starting with Clarence, a surprise round. You get to do something for free, okay? Because they actually genuinely thought that you might just leave. It's just Howard. Howard's being a bit of a fucking dick. Howard, could you not? All right,
Howard
Clarence.
Hempston is
Vintage Howard.
What are you doing, Clarence?
I am going to try to get that truncheon. I'm going to try to knock the shit out of him with it. I mean, I can't...
No, special move. That's fine. That's what you're doing. You kind of do like a grab on this guy. So I'll tell you what. Give me a dexterity roll.
Yes, I did pass that.
Was it a regular pass? Was it a hard success?
It's a regular success. 47. My dex is a 65.
That's enough. No, that's enough. That's good. So you just break. You just break, and you lunge and you grab it. Now Howard is like, he knows you want it. He thinks you're asking for it, so he doesn't. And he honestly thinks you guys are gonna leave because you're pusses. He's kind of scared of like Edmund here, but you're all pusses otherwise. But you don't. You actually lunge, and he's not expecting it, and you're faster than him. You are faster, and you grab it. You've got the trunction, okay? The trunction, just so you know, does a d6 damage plus any damage bonus you do. So you got it. Okay, so Arthur, what are you doing? You see Clarence lunge. He grabs the trunction.
That is going to be bone
In fact,
saw.
no, sorry, actually pause. Edmund, is there going to be a shotgun going off? Because if so, you go first.
There's not right now, but I'm going to sidestep that encounter and take a step in closer to
Okay.
the sergeant. So go ahead for
Okay. Arthur, back to you. There's this moment where the camera comes on you and then pans to the guy with the shotgun. It's back to you.
I would like to bone saw to the throat of Mr. Howard Hempston.
All right.
Just saying.
So I'm assuming that you don't. Do you have an appropriate skill for that?
I just have brawling.
It's a basic.
Well,
bone
but
saw
you're a
check.
surgeon,
Ball's
right?
appropriate. Yeah.
And I am a surgeon, so yeah, do I get, like, medical on top of that? No.
Well, normally you're not bone sawing people that are fighting back. That's kind of almost a new one.
It's a surprise round, though.
It is a surprise round. He doesn't get to do anything about it. He doesn't get to resist.
Yeah.
Reverse first aid?
Yeah, reverse first aid. That'd be awesome.
So
Unfortunately,
you just got basic brawling 25. You know what? I'll give you advantage. Fuck it. You're adept, and he's
I
not
appreciate
resisting.
that. Thank you so
It's
much.
basically he's like he's on the morgue slab right now because he's not doing anything.
Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna spend the 25 luck to do it.
25. Like, you want this guy down.
I'm very upset at this person. I will attack him thoroughly.
All right. So you actually lunge at Howard, and Howard like throws up his hands in defense, and the truncheon gets dragged out of his hand. He starts fending you off, and you start coming in with the bone saw on him, and he's like, "Get off, you fucker!" And he's like, "Get out!" And he's like trying to push you off, and the bone saw comes in, and you start to slice. D6 damage.
I'm pulling my thing up now. I'm assuming that it just is counting as a normal medium blade.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus any damage bonus, of course, that you may have.
Of course. Pulling up my character sheet.
Old woman walking her dog in the streets, a little poodle going, "Oh my!"
I say, what is this violence that is happening here? All right, what is my damage bonus? Let's see.
You might or may not have one.
Okay, it looks like I have a D4.
That sounds about right. So you are way stronger than this guy. Well, actually, he's actually pretty strong. He is a wiry, strong little bugger, but you are stronger.
I say only. It's Call of Cthulhu. 5 points of damage.
5's good. You actually start sawing into his neck. You actually struggle over him, and there's a moment of shh, and you shoot, and it's just one shoot, but it slices, and it slices deep. Remember, 6 points. He would drop to his knees. This goes in, and like it starts to bite into like veins, tendons, muscle, and he yells in pain, and there's this splash of blood over you. Reinhard, you see this. What are you doing?
As he is prone to do, he gets excited, and Reinhard breaks into his sprints, and you hear him yell, "Tally-ho!" I come rolling in the front door, and I just slow down long enough to slam the door shut behind me. Of course, it bounces all over the place because it's busted in and whatnot. And I turn around and I've got my fist up. You can tell I'm obviously not used to. They're in the completely wrong position to either defend myself or commit any kind of.
With the rosemary beads wrapped around it, right?
Oh yeah, with the rosary beads wrapped around my one hand, and there's men between me and the targets. I see the one man go down. I was like, one down, two to go.
He's not down.
Oh, he's not down.
He's fighting, but he's not down.
All right. Well, I may,
Finish
if
it.
I can, I'll pop him on the face.
Do it. Go for it. And because it's a surprise round, I'll give you advantage. No problem. And nice job on closing the door.
All right.
By the way, I just want to say, Paul was like, "We need to get out of here." Out of here. And I was like, "Finish him."
And my apologies if you can add one more damage to my 6 that I did. Medium blade is indeed D4 plus 2.
Okay,
So
okay.
I re-rolled it and I just did 1 extra damage. My apologies.
Okay, so total of 6. Okay.
Reinhard got far too excited as he came running and he had slammed the door shut. And he goes forward to throw the punch, and he bumbles and kind of trips and falls and rolls and slams into the bottom of the stairs.
Was that with advantage?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about the advantage. I rolled the exact same thing both times.
Oh no! Oh no!
How you know it was destined to be? So Howard comes in, and he's like, Tally ho! With this big baritone voice of his, he slams the door behind him, and that's kind of cool, and he barrels into the room. Now, Howard is actually a wily guy. He's got some moves. So he's getting cut open, this big priest comes in, and Howard actually ducks and deflects, and Reinhard actually goes barreling on past. At this point, the camera pans on Baker, who starts to pull out his revolver. Edmund.
Nope. I'm gonna go ahead and blast my shotgun as the second he reaches for his sidearm.
He is. As this shit's kicking off, you can see Baker's doing this. You're up.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for the moment that I should have readied that, but for all intents and purposes, I sidestepped. I have had my aim on him for some time. I'm
Yep.
waiting for the moment that he grabs that sidearm.
And you can roll with advantage because of that.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's a critical success on bullet 1 in my double barrel.
So that's max damage plus rolled damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna say. I mean, do you want me to roll damage for that, Alyssa?
No. No, I don't. Unless you particularly want to go, oh, I got millions. Baker is the biggest, baddest constable in the room. But no more he's not. You vaporize him. You were so close with this shotgun. Did you do both barrels or one? It's not going to matter.
I actually was firing both barrels, and they both hit. So
what, it's 4d6, right? I mean, the damage that you're doing here is horrendous. You literally you see him go like this, and you go ploop, boom, and like this pale tan coat of his just explodes out the front, and for a moment you could see your comrades on the other side through him. He just like blasts this massive hole in him. He doesn't even know what's hit him. He's just done. Pieces of Baker hit the floor. He's gone.
that's what a wolf does, you little twat.
You know what, Edmund? You can take an insight, okay? Just make a little note to one side. You got a little insight chip. You can, at any point in the remaining hour and a half or so that we've got of this game, you can say, I want a success, or I want the answer to this clue, and you can play it, okay? Or you can re-roll the dice if you want to.
Awesome.
Alright, nice role play. Alright, so all of you went on that round, I believe. Clarence, did you get to go?
Yeah, I took the truncheon from him.
You've got the truncheon. Now we're going to get into regular rounds. Baker's dead. He would have had a pretty good dex. I think, does anyone have less than 60 dexterity?
No.
Alright.
Less than 60,
Nope.
I'm sorry?
Less than 60 dexterity.
I do, but I have the shotgun.
You have a
so,
shotgun.
yeah.
Right. There's that. Alright, so Edmund, you are up first because you're in firearm. Now, you did fire both rounds, so you'd need to reload.
Right. Yeah, that'll take me some time.
Right. So is that what you want to do this round?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and reload.
Coolly just break it open, slot 2 more in, clip it shut, ready to rock. Alright, so because you all got higher than 60, then I'll just go from left to right. Arthur, you are up first. There's this massive explosion of a shotgun going off in the same hallway as you, and you are faintly aware of being splattered with warm bits. You're up.
I am familiar with this type of thing as being a combat medic in World War One, so I will continue sawing away with my blade at Howard.
Now, Howard is resisting at this point. Go.
Yes. All right. Let's hopefully.
And he's fighting back. He's trying to get you. He's actually trying to get the bone saw away from him and back to you.
I sadly did not succeed.
He didn't either. I thought that was going to be a brilliant roll, but no. Alright, so the two of you are wrestling with this bone saw right now. Because it's in the same fight, Clarence, what are you doing? You can see that Howard has been sawn on the side of the neck. He's actually trying to turn the bone saw back on Arthur here, and the two of them are wrestling with it, and you're standing there with a truncheon.
I'm gonna clock him in the head with it. Let's see. So that's just fighting brawl. Oh,
Fighting
wow,
brawl, but you do with advantage because he's actually right now already distracted by one person.
No, that is actually a miss both times with that. How close am I? No, not enough to work.
All right, so you start trying to hammer in on him, and you're kind of hitting him. You're just not hitting him with force. As these two guys, Arthur and Howard, are now rolling around in the hallway, and somewhere Reinhard barrels on past, going tiny ho! And these guys are on the ground and they're fighting each other. I want to remind you both that we have Constable O'Rourke in here too. O'Rourke hasn't said dick yet, but there is a second constable. Reinhard, what are you doing? Reinhard, as you barrel on in, and Howard moves to one side, and you head towards the stairs, there's a sudden explosion. You swear everything goes black for a moment, and there's like someone's just throwing chopped meat at you. It's like all over. Your consciousness comes to. There's a body of some description on the ground wearing a tan coat, and very calmly on the stairs, Edmund is reloading his shotgun.
Is there a
my friends
revolver
are-
on the ground?
You know what? Yes, there is absolutely Baker's revolver. He was going for it. It will be on the ground now.
All right, yeah, we definitely don't want to leave that sitting out in the open.
Now, O'Rourke, who's making his way around now, looks at you, looks at, Baker, and looks at the revolver, and it's almost like,
And I do a mad roly-poly dash and leap for the gun just with both hands. Just
For
trying to grab
God! Yeah, that's no problem. You get it. You get the shotgun. You get the revolver, no problem. It's a 32 revolver. It's going to do a D8 damage, and it's fully loaded.
And I turn, and with two big meaty hands, I kind of turn and point the gun at the constable. I was like, no, stay back, stay back. I'm going to try and get him to back down if I can. I really don't want to shoot this gun if I don't have to, but I will.
You know, Clarence, give me a percentile roll and tell me the result.
Clarence or
I'm having Clarence do it while he's sitting there. I'm keeping him involved. Clarence, give me a dice roll. You're rolling for the bad guy.
Oh. What was that, Paul?
60. I'm sorry, I turned my I had muted
That's
my
okay.
mic. 60.
60. Shit. Okay, so you no, don't do it, and you point to him, and he looks at you and the pistol pointing at him. He looks at his dead inspector. He looks at the mad guy with the shotgun on the stairs, and he books it down the hallway towards the back of the building. You could shoot if you want to shoot.
Stop.
Give me a roll.
All right.
I'll give you advantage because he is literally barreling down the hallway. He's not even trying to dodge at this point.
All right, so rolling with advantage with the handgun. So it's a 46 on the first one, which is a failure, and it's a 16.
That's gonna hit.
Hey!
That's gonna hit. So just a D6. D8. Sorry, D8.
Oh, D8. Gonna grab the correct die super fast. D8. But not very good.
Actually, sorry, my bad. I take this on. It's a 39 revolver, and it does a D10.
Oh, okay.
What's a
Yeah.
39?
Apparently, Baker was packing.
What caliber's a 39?
Much better. That's 5 points of damage.
Oh, that's stout. That's stout. So he goes barreling down. You go, no, stop. Koof! And it actually hits him in the back right hip. And he actually spins on the spot and he stumps to the floor for a moment. And he's picking himself up. But that hit him hard. He's not happy with that, as you can probably imagine. Alright, so that's those two guys right there. Okay, it is Howard's turn. Alright, so a walk is just going to is now limping away. And if you want, Reinhard, you can just keep distance with him. He's trying to just get away from this hellish scene that's just opened up. He's just trying to get away. It's like a chase, but with a one-legged man. So you feel pretty confident at this point. Howard, though. Howard is now trying to push the bone saw back on Arthur. So Arthur, do you want to do a dodge or do you want to do a counterattack? Dodge is easier.
Yes, it is easier because not only do I use my dodge skill, but I also win on ties. I will dodge.
All right. Yeah.
I do not successfully dodge.
Well, that's good, because he did not successfully turn the bone saw on you. So the two of you are just literally rolling around on the ground with this bone saw right now. He's the one that's bleeding, however, not you. Back up the top of the next round, we are on Edmund and Reinhard, because you guys have got the guns. Edmund with the shotgun, loaded.
Edmund, after he reloads the double barrel, walks very calmly, wiping a little bit of blood from his sports coat, and walks over and places the back of the two barrels on the head of Howard, and presses it in firmly to let Howard know that he's there, and to disengage immediately.
And it's gonna be a hot barrel too.
Yeah.
At the back of him. So Arthur, from your perspective, you are literally rolling on the ground at this guy. Howard has got the bone saw up and he's trying to push it down on you. He's actually a pretty strong guy, but every time he pushes it down, you kind of dodge out the way and it hits, and you become aware of a very calm gentleman in the background, above, standing upright, who momentarily goes, and then just points a double barrel down, and you see Howard freeze. Like, he just goes, and he's looking at you, but his eyes almost roll backwards and look at the shotgun at the back of his neck too. He freezes.
Don't move a muscle.
He stops. Reinhard, what are you doing with a Rourke? Picks himself up, pushes himself up, he's knocked the telephone over, and he's heading towards the back kitchen. He wants out.
No, don't make me do that again. And I go running down the hallway. I've still got the gun like this. Not dramatic at all. Running down the hallway. And when I get to him, I kick him and try and kick him back down to the ground so I don't have to do this again if I don't have to.
Double tap him.
So I try and kick him and put him back down.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's what you do. Okay, so you run up and you kick him. The guy's taking 5 points of damage already, and he hits the back kitchen door that's closed, and he kind of slumps and he slides down, facing you. And there's this moment of him looking up at you with the gun in your hand, and there's an element of scorn, but then it is replaced by realization. You got a 39 revolver pointing to his head. He doesn't even know what a 39 revolver is. And he literally goes, all right, priest. Okay.
Down on the ground. Down.
Okay, priest. And he rolls down. So O'Rourke is rolling onto his face, and Howard has frozen completely. And like Arthur, so you know all of the pressure goes off this bone saw. He's still holding it, but he's not pressing forward. He does, though, go down on your face with this big goblet of blood.
Mhm.
What do you do?
I would like to disengage from melee with him, and while my intent is not to do damage might happen, but I want to place my saw blade against one of his ankles, get the rubber mallet from my
What?
bag, and hit it against one of his ankles, if I may.
Dear God, boy.
Okay.
Do I need to make a roll for that?
No, he has a shotgun pointed to the back of his neck. And he's like, he's on his knees leaning forward when you roll from underneath him. And he's still on his knees like this. He doesn't even know what you're doing. And you take one of his tendons out. And he yells, he screams very loud.
Just in case he runs, we can follow him easily.
Clarence, what would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to take the truncheon and I'm going to run down and to Rourke and I'm going to brain him one with it.
You could, as you run down the hallway, by the way, you could see that Reinhard is saying, get down, and Rourke is like, okay, I'll get down. So honestly, you get an automatic hit. The guy is like doing this, and you
Gotcha.
poof with the nightstick over the back of his head. He's out, no problem.
Okay, so I'm basically I'm going to be like, this is how we do things, like next time when you have a chance to shoot, you shoot. And I guess he's down, so
Baker is obliterated. He's now decorating the walls. Howard Hempston is rolling around on the ground. One of his ankle tendons completely taken out, and he's screaming at the top of his voice. And O'Rourke is just completely unconscious. We're out of initiative. What do you guys want to do?
I'll start.
Go on.
I'll just say Renard bumbles around a little bit. He's a little shaken by what he's just done, and he keeps walking. So now that Clarence is taking care of Rourke for me, I kind of
yeah, I'm going to take your pistol also.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I bumble to the stairs and I sit down and I just kind of watch.
Appropriate. Yep.
I say to Howard, as I keep the pressure on the shotgun, but I almost use it to nudge him, almost like a utility, and kind of roll him so he's making direct eye contact with me and the doctor, now on his sort of back prone, vulnerable there. And I say, listen here, boy. I have enough money in my bank account to burn down this suburb and rebuild it for fun. Someone has surely phoned the police already for your deal inspector's brains being splattered all over the wall and the cacophony that made in this residence. I didn't mean for things to get messy, but we only have a few moments, so it's a good time for you to start telling me the truth.
And I will get a syringe of morphine ready.
He might actually benefit from a little bit of that right now because he's in a lot of pain.
Doctor, please, if you will.
I'll administer a bit of morphine.
No roll required. You want him lucid and capable of talking. Maybe even a little bit more lucid would help. So you actually do, because he's rolling around, he's holding his ankle, there's blood just pissing through his fingers right now. And he's certainly barely listening to Edmund, even though Edmund's talking so well. The morphine helps level set. And he kind of, for a moment, when things are kicking in, he looks at Edmund. And he goes, that bitch knew too much. She just knew too much. She had to go. We're doing the right thing. We're on the side of light. We're the good guys, man. We're the good guys.
Dear boy, if you try to defend your actions another time, well, you'll be like your superior over there in your current state.
No, you don't understand. We're doing it for the Empire. We're doing it for the world. We gotta keep people protected. She was gonna reveal everything. She had to go.
Elaborate. I'm losing my patience.
It's in the blood. You don't... It's in the blood. Come on. You know you were in a room.
The pin. No, I didn't see the pin that was under the badge, but I kind of fished the other one out of my pocket. I'm like, Edmund, ask him about the pin.
What does the fish mean, boy?
With the Order of Meonia. That's the symbol. That's our order. Right there. We're the protectors. We're the
Certainly
protectors
didn't
of the truth.
You didn't do a good job of protecting that girl, did you? But perhaps the truth is what you're afraid of.
We don't need to protect her. We need to protect what she was going to say to the world. Do you not see? She was the bad one.
What would that have been that she was going to reveal?
Oh, I can't tell you that. He glances down at his ankle, sees how it's almost been severed completely in two, and you see him just like he just blanches so much. I don't know everything. I just know that she was going to reveal just how the blood is in royalty and how they pass on to be other things. And she knew it. She knew it too. She figured it out. She's Grail and everything, bitch.
I kind of bump him in the chin when he uses that language about Daisy.
Sorry.
Who has the journal?
I have the journal.
Open it, please, sir.
I am opening the journal.
So I mean, this is a diary. She's been making lots of notes in this. You all have this handout I sent you. There's a lot that is indicating that Daisy was working for a researcher and a historian, actually trying to help him on a book for King Arthur and the Holy Grail. And there's a huge amount talking about legends, Joseph of Arimathea, blah, 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 talking about the crucifixion. But then there's an entry that reads, the Grail and Glastonbury are tied together in myth. And then she's got several entries here that are pertinent, like 1 month ago, March. My work for Peter Mahoney has taken a strange turn. While in Glastonbury, I spent time talking to local farmers, people whose ancestors have worked the land for centuries. I suspect that if anyone knows about the legends, it would be these people. One farmer told me a strange story. On October 31st, Hallows Eve, 1917, he was out shooting rabbits late one evening near the vicinity of Glastonbury Tor. Around midnight, he saw a group of people dressed in white robes and carrying burning torches, walking across the fields. You might laugh at this, but he thought they were witches, so he hid. As the strange party neared, he saw another man in the centre wearing dark robes and with his hood down. He swears to me that it was Prince Christian. I asked how he knew that he could possibly know that it was the prince, as the prince had died on the 28th. And he said it was because he had seen the entry in the local newspapers. The headlines carried the photograph of the prince and news of his death. I asked the farmer if he was sure, and he swore blind that it was the same person. It was the prince. It was only because of the photograph that he recognised him. 2 weeks ago, here in April, received reply from Buckingham Palace today, informed me that Prince Christian has indeed died on the 28th of 1917, and no account that he could have possibly been in Glastonbury. Case closed 9 days ago. Someone is following me. It has taken me a while to realise it, but someone is definitely tailing me. I have asked Michael, an old friend, to dig around for me. They will not suspect his involvement. 3 days ago, I must return to the Chalice Well. I am sure that it plays a part in this mystery. Yesterday's entry. I am sure that Prince Christian was in Glastonbury 3 days after his death. and I can prove it. I just need to dig up his grave, and I have the proof I need.
You know, in light of the fact that the shotgun went off, I don't think we have a whole lot of time to dilly-dally here. I think we should probably get out of this the situation in here. I don't know if we take a homeboy with us or not, but I don't think we should hang out here. Probably can't leave O'Rourke to answer any questions either. I say we tie loose ends up and make haste out of here.
Well then.
Is that what you're going to do?
The doctor could administer a lethal amount of morphine to anybody that we need to.
Well, that's a tying up of loose ends. That got dark quick.
I've got the truncheon. There's no sense in wasting good morphine.
All right.
All right, so I see the tying up of loose ends. All right, so would you like to dispatch these gentlemen?
Dead man tell no tales. I say we finish what we started, and we can follow the trail here. If we're trying to find this Grail, what was it called? It was the well Grail.
Yes, so
Yeah, the chalice well.
she
Yeah,
mentioned three things really. She mentioned Glastonbury, the Chalice Well, which is actually at the bottom of Glastonbury Tor. You've got Glastonbury Hill. There's a massive tower on it, and at the bottom you've got the Chalice Well, and it is literally a well. So she mentions that, and then she mentions Prince Christian's grave.
Well, if we're gonna go after the grave, we shouldn't do that until it's night, obviously.
Glastonbury is a bit of a drive from here too, right? I mean, it's
It's a little bit of a drive. It's a little bit of a drive. The grave, it would be actually closer. The grave is here in London.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say good night, dear boy, and take the butt of the shotgun and smack him on the head with it, and then begin sort of polishing it with my coat as I get the car started outside.
No problem at all. Now, most of you would actually... Edmund, you would know this. You would know this. There's a place at Windsor Castle. It's a private garden. Now, when I say a private garden, it's an aristocracy garden, okay? So it's freaking huge. It's the size of regular graveyards. It stands on the lands of a place called Frogmore House. It's owned by the Queen, and it's where nobility are buried. You have other people buried there too, but it's typically nobility are buried here at Frogmore House. And that is where the prince would have been buried. So it's here in London.
That's a 45-minute train ride at best.
And it's also not a knock on the door. Hey, we're just gonna go dig up your prince.
No, no. Now, at this point, it's probably, 3 o'clock in the morning? Something like that?
I'm covered in mud from being out in the water. We've all got blood all over us too. We need to
Yes.
we need to call in the wolf or something and get us cleaned up and
When my compatriots leave the house, I will be the last one out, and I will make sure that O'Rourke and Howard are taken care of.
Yes.
Okay.
And I propose that we go to my flat immediately. We cool off and give everyone a change of clothes and a shower.
That's fair. That's fair. You put the two policemen to rest, get in the car. You are pleased to note that the neighborhood is still nice and quiet, and you head off to Edmund's flat. You're there, you can get freshened up, cleaned up, and get a change of clothes. Not a problem at all.
And you said that Glastonbury is where the Chalice Well was?
Yes. So Glastonbury is probably about an hour and a half's drive away from here. It's heading off towards the centre of England, away from London. So it's obviously up to you what order you take these in, or if you do either of them. But the Glastonbury tour, about an hour and a half or so away from here, 2 hours maybe. And then you've got Windsor Castle itself, the grounds of.
I don't know if we can retcon this now, but I would have wanted to grab the pins off of both O'Rourke and off of them to
That's
take
fine.
with us. Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yes, and both had the pins.
Yeah.
What about all three of them? Did O'Rourke?
Well, remember the inspector had his torn off.
Oh, right. So we have that.
You had that one already.
Technically. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
In case we have to play like we're Knights Templar later on or something, that might come in handy.
Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
fair for thinking, down there for dancing. No, absolutely.
Yeah. Fish Templar, whatever.
Damn them fish Templar.
It's okay. I'm one of the fish. Oh, that's... Alright,
Okay.
so what now?
I do offer confession to anyone who wishes to.
I regret
Edmund-
it.
Edmund's certainly going to take you up on that. He is a devout Catholic, and although he doesn't necessarily feel a lot of personal remorse for his actions, he knows that he needs to make some
I'm hearing
some
everything.
apologies to the Lord.
Hedge your bets.
Yeah.
The confession comes easy, having witnessed the events. And you see Reinhard kind of fumble around a little bit. He's like, 5 Hail Marys, I think we'll cover this.
I miss the boss. You miss the boss. When's the next boss?
Yeah. The good doctor doesn't make any glib remarks about everybody's confession, but he does not ask for forgiveness or anything.
Oh,
Yeah, me neither.
All's good, Arthur. If you ever feel fit to speak on the subject again, you know I'm always here for you. I'm a friend.
You would have known him at the beginning of the war, probably, because I am assuming that we all were in World War. At the beginning of the war, he actually was very religious, and at the end of the war, he was the farthest thing from it at that point. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Reinhard doesn't understand he understands what you went through. He knows what you went through, but he doesn't understand having not experienced it either.
Right.
So he's kind of going to be one of those insistent guys. So every now and then puts in the little plug. I'm here for you if you need.
Yeah, and Arthur's not one to belittle anybody for having their faith, but he's just like, nah, I'm good.
I believe now might be an adequate time for some of my finest brandy while we ponder.
Now that Arthur would partake in.
And his brandy is indeed very fine. Alright, gentlemen, so I want to be cognizant of time. We have 45 minutes remaining. I don't know if you have a hard stop or not.
I do not.
What about the rest of you, time-wise?
I'm good for at least an hour.
Yeah, I got a hard stop. The old ball and chain is gonna.
Yeah, that's me. Fuck off.
No.
All right. So we can go a little bit past the time, so that's good. That's fine. So you do get to Edmund's Place. Edmund's Place is a London apartment in Mayfair with all that you can imagine that means. So yes, when he says, "How about one of my finest brandies?" he literally gets out the crystal decanter and pours you a brandy that none of you would ever be able to afford. Never mind, imagine drinking. But it warms you inside. You have had horrors before, without a doubt. You've met things that would give a sane person cause to go screaming into the night. What has occurred this night is horrific, but also reveals that there is something indeed going on. What has Daisy discovered? She seems to feel that there is something at Glastonbury Tor, particularly in the well, and it has something to do with the Prince of 1917 actually seen walking around the Glastonbury itself 3 days after he was reported to be dead. This causes you, as you're sitting there at Howard's apartment drinking with a fire roaring, to think back on Michael's research. Michael had been researching the death of the royals. He had chronicled all deaths over hundreds of years, their causes, like the parades, and so on and so forth, and a lot of research about the chalice and King Arthur. clearly both were working on the same thing. They seemed to be in cahoots together. Michael seemed to be helping Daisy because Daisy was actually concerned she was being followed. What next?
Well, we're closest to the graveyard. We'd have to go to Glastonbury if we were going to go on the other route. I say closest ball, closest pocket. Let's see if we can learn anything over at the grave.
Out of curiosity, I don't know how much downtime we have, but doing some, are we able to get any information about the Order of Meonia?
There's like, it's a small little library room here in Edmund's apartment, but it doesn't include anything on that type of thing.
Can I wake up any of the professors that I typically drink this fine brandy with at Cambridge and maybe phone them at their home and ask them questions? Any of the history or archaeology professors that I might be in contact with.
Yeah, go on. I mean, you're waking people up. It's fairly early in the morning.
Yes,
But
I'm aware.
you can absolutely do that.
Okay, I'll make a few phone calls.
Give me like give me a look to just see if any of them actually have even heard of anything that could be of use to you.
It's a 39.
Well, that sounds good. No matter how much luck you've spent in this one, I think only Arthur has spent like a huge amount of luck so far, right?
Well, remember you have that. You can succeed at anything that you need.
I know.
Where's that?
That's a back pocket item. I won't do it for the phone calls.
Gotcha.
I feel like we might need that more in Glastonbury.
Roger that.
So yeah, I maybe phone one of them and get contact. With the others, no answer, right?
Right, there'll be definitely some no answers, and there'll be one or two that are so incoherent this time of the morning that they're not really getting much use out of them. They start rambling off on things that just aren't relevant. It's like, oh, Meonia. Oh, that sounds like it could be from the 4th century. So let me tell you, and they just start going off. You have to hang up on them at one point. But there is a Professor Blackmore that actually seems to be awake when you call. He's like, Blackmore. And he's like, oh yeah, oh no, sorry. Hey, what are you doing up at this time? How's that brandy? Meonia. Oh, that's a name that I've not heard of. Well, hold on a sec. So, yeah. So, yes, Meonia actually has its roots in the early Dark Ages. There is reported to be a secret organization that are watching over the blood of the realm, the royal family, so to speak. They're a little bit like the Masons, but even more secret. And they operate behind the scenes to ensure that the empire, or the kingdom back then, was protected from all forms of hostile intrusion. They say that King Arthur himself was one of them, but why do you ask?
Charles, let's just say that the wife and I won't be attending your daughter's wedding tomorrow.
Oh, that's so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that, but I understood. Is something going on with Meonia?
It's part of my company's work, you see. I'll elaborate later, but I'll send a wonderful gift for you and the family, and of course your dear daughter. Ta-ta.
Well, I very much appreciate it. If you actually are dealing with Meonia and you happen to discover something that adds credence to actually it's a thing, I would love to talk to you. Maybe over one of those brandies of yours, and maybe I could learn more.
Certainly, yes.
Well, do take care, old man, and toodaloo pip pip, and keep yourself safe.
All right, old boy.
You hang up.
Well, I have phoned a few of my friends, and one of them happened to answer this morning. He seems to think that this group that we're investigating, or now attempting to learn more about, is affiliated with the Dark Ages. They look after the nobility and the aristocracy, you see. And, seem to protect this bloodline in some sort of way. They've been around for some time, but an ominous shadow of sorts in the horizon for centuries. I don't like the sounds of what we're dealing with here, even from a historical point of view.
An order that survived that long, I can't imagine the kind of influence they might have. Sure we're not dealing with something bigger than we can handle here?
I second Renard's concerns.
I think it's important that we get on our missions right away.
Yeah, no disagreement there. What time would we like to go to see about the Prince Christian's grave?
Are we going to be doing that through legitimate circles? Are we going to try to sneak in and look into it ourselves?
That is the question.
Alyssa, is it reasonable that I might have the ability to get us in there through the guardsmen at Windsor at around this time, or is that a little too far-fetched, do we think?
Legitimately, you might have a little bit of pull, but legitimately, asking to exhume Prince Augustus's tomb would take weeks, if not months, of paperwork and shenanigans, of which, of course, you don't feel you probably have the time. That would be legitimately.
I mean, more or less
illegitimately.
getting on the grounds, like sort of looking the other way a little bit.
Yeah, you feel that maybe that would be the way. Now, the thing about the graveyard here is you don't have like beefeater guards like patrolling around it all of the time. It's just there, you know. If you break in, you go through the railings, you're now in the graveyard. There is no guard patrolling around because no one expects people to be digging up the dead, right? So you probably wouldn't have to even do any bribery or anything like that. You just have to sneak in at night. During the day, you might be able to bribe the guard, but there would be way too many eyes on you.
Gentlemen, may I make a proposition? Perhaps we spend the morning hours traveling to Glastonbury and do our investigations there, and head back to London in the evening whenever we are protected by the God of the Evening.
That sounds like a very
That seems
fair...
that seems reasonable. And if you're paying for gas, I don't care.
Of course. Of course.
We should grab a bite to eat on the way. It's very important to keep our energy up.
Yes. If there's a nice chip shop just on the way.
There are some excellent chip shops along the way. Alright, so is that what we decided we're going to do then? Maybe get back in the car, now you're all freshened up. Maybe get a little bit of shut-eye, just a little bit of a nap until the morning, and then head on out?
Heading to Glastonbury and then finding this chalice well, for sure.
Okay. So, the following morning. Edmund's probably got a maid that will come in and make breakfast for everyone. So you all sleepily wake up about 8 o'clock in the morning and to the fresh smell of a full English breakfast. You got sausages, bacon, beans, black pudding, fried egg, all served up to all of you. You eat heartily before you head on out to Glastonbury. Now, Glastonbury itself, by the way, as you drive on out, it's obviously in this day and age, for us, it's the sense of like the new age culture and so on and so forth. Back in the 1920s, it was actually the root of like the mystic boon. It's like, it's a ruined abbey, it's on an impressive tour, you know, it's rumoured to be on top of ley lines, and so it gets a lot of tourism from that perspective in this day and age. You guys head on out. It's not, in modern terms, crawling with people yet, and it's probably still pretty early in the morning. Out here in the middle of England, English countryside, emerald carpets all around you with rolling trees and hills. you can actually see the Tor far before you actually get there. This impressive mound. Now, of course, a Tor is not just a hill. A Tor is like a burial mound. It's like rumored to be hollow underneath. So you guys head on out with Glastonbury staring down on you as you do, and these grey clouds start rolling in. As you get closer, there's a little parking area. You pull up the Porsche and climb on out. The air is cool but refreshing. The countryside is beautiful all around you. What are you doing? There's no one. There's like you see some hikers in the far distance, but there's no one here around you right now.
Looking at a map of like a road map while we were traveling. I mean, obviously in the 20s they're not as detailed as they are now, but they'd still have some, monuments or features. There's nothing that is Chalice Well, right?
Well, the Chalice Well is literally a well at the foot of the Tor. It's actually a set of gardens and the likes, manicured, engineered gardens.
But it is a known location.
It's a known location. It is a literal well right there.
Okay.
Oh, how I detest the English countryside.
I'm still wondering what this 39 revolver is.
All right, so where are you going?
Well, if there's no resistance or no one standing in our way, Renard heads straight to the well.
No, there's no resistance at all. I mean,
getting
this
more
time in
into
the
his
morning, there might be a guy coming down with a camera tripod over his arm. Good morning, but there's no guards or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah, investigative mind kicking in. Make our way to the well and start looking around it, looking for clues, looking for anything that looked like a fish motif or anything similar to the pins.
Good idea. It's kind of like a symbol for the followers. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd like to have one of the pins somewhere close by to where I can reveal it if I wanted to on my lapel, just in case.
Sorry, I'm one of you. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
No problem. So yeah, Chalice Well itself lies at the foot of Glastonbury Tor, and it's actually signposted, Chalice Well. So you go, oh, okay, so we're going over here. And it's literally just 10-15 minutes walk away. It's like right here. Now, it's in a sculpted ornate garden, and there's a clear area where there is a well, literally a well, with a large, it's almost 6 feet across, wooden heavy lid on it. That's got this big, huge medieval hinge to one side that's like 2 feet long, and this big, huge padlock on the other side. Again, it looks medieval. Well, you assume that's it. There was actually a spring nearby, and the spring is bubbling up a reddish brown water. So not like a natural water spring. There's like lots of minerals in this right now. And you stand there looking down at this well. Now, the well itself is actually slightly, it's been sculpted, it's been engineered a little bit off the ground. There's a small wall of white stone upon which this lid is sitting. And the whole thing sits down in this gravel circle patch where there's some ornate marble steps coming down. The whole thing is sculpted. You are the only people here.
In the sculpted marble and whatnot, do we see any of those the motifs, the pin motifs, or on the well itself?
The well, no. The padlock, yes. This big padlock, when you actually look at it on the back of the padlock, same fish engraved into it.
Arthur, do you have anything we could open this with?
I have a few. I have some medical tools, but I don't have a burglar. I am not, my friend. But yes, I have some fine medical tools that we could use as improvisation. Whoever has the most deft of hands should do it.
Well, I did do a bit of needle points back in seminary, but
Oh no! Oh, no. We all stop him and go, "Did you really though? Did you
well,
really?"
it was either me or someone I knew. I'm fairly sure of that.
It's like Reinhard should have a has all skill, a bit of jack of all trades.
He is the jack of all trades. Yeah, roll 50% chance he has the skill. But yes, I fish out some of my finer medical tools.
Okay.
They're probably some low grade my amateur dentistry that I have done.
Amateur
So
dentistry. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, probably very amateur.
Oh my god. No, it's sort of at the end of like this bodega. You know, I didn't have the money to go to the actual dentist. I went to the amateur one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he pulls out some tools that you would not want anywhere near your face. Never mind your mouth.
But they're finer than a scalpel. They're more.
Well,
they're
no,
more-
you definitely would have things like that. I mean, honestly, you would have good, robust tweezers and stuff too. You pull bullets out of guys, you know.
Yeah.
And that's the type of thing where you've got tweezers, but they're good, they're robust, you're strong, you know, they're not super fine surgical things. So that's not a problem. You've got the tools for that you could repurpose.
Okay. Yeah. So if it's pure locksmith skill, I've got nada. But if we're able to use our decks in any way, since they're form, I've got a little bit of deck. I've got a little bit of deck. So.
You know what? It's a very crude padlock. This thing's medieval. I mean, it's got tumbler 1, you know, so yeah, you can roll your decks, sure. It's like, I've never done this before, but, click, you know, yes.
But as you pointed
if you
out,
fumble, you're going to break the...
I've taken bullets out of people. I hope I can tumbler. 28.
Hey, all right.
That's a hard success.
That's good. That's good. And in my head, I was like, yeah, I kind of want a hard result here. You did good. No, that's fine. So, yeah, there are tumblers in here. And they're kind of corroded because of the rain. But, click. It opens.
Sweet.
Well done, Doctor.
Do I get a check in locksmith for that? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Didn't check to see if the lock was poisoned.
God damn it.
The lock is a mimic. Roll for initiative.
I lose my fingers.
D&D meets Call of Cthulhu. Okay. So, yeah, you take the lock off. It's a big, heavy lock. It's like a few pounds in weight, this thing.
Good thinking, Renard.
Since everybody's paying attention to this lock, I just want to keep an eye on, whether or not anybody is watching us, or if there's any kind of an
I was thinking the same.
The gardener's right
Sniper
there
scope
going,
or
what are
something?
you doing?
I-
Sniper scope. Jesus.
Yeah, little red dots.
Well, I'm not wielding the shotgun and waving it around like a madman out here, like I was in Daisy's apartment. I am definitely on the same page as Clarence there. I want to sort of stay away from what these guys are doing. They seem to be closely focused on this, and just make sure that we're not being observed.
I will say, by the way, just so you guys know, and I know this from experience, from being there, a guy walking around the English countryside with a shotgun is nothing to blink about. It's extremely normal, you know? So if anything, way more normal than being in the suburbs last night. So if you wanted to have the shotgun out, honestly, no one would even blink at that. Just so you know.
Maybe I think twice. I get a little nervous as they begin now fiddling with this lock, and I go back to the car and sort of approach the trunk as this is going on.
You could probably be like, oh, I saw some pheasants up there.
Yeah, I mean, dudes walking past with their dog or whatever, and a shotgun over their arm, it's kind of normal. It's like, actually, it would be unusual if you didn't see that. So, yeah, especially out here in the middle of the countryside. You're probably the lord of the manor. Very expected.
England's fucking awesome.
But only with shotguns. Because they're not a firearm, apparently.
Apparently.
Right.
Rule.
Alright, so Edmund goes off. He goes, you know what, I'm going to go and get the gun. So he's going to go and get that. You open up the big, huge lock. You've got this big, huge lid. What are you doing?
I make a nod at Renard, and maybe we could both use our girths to take the lid off.
Yeah, I will definitely use my girth to assist with that.
All right. So I'm gonna send you a picture of this in chat just so you have it. It's also up on the screen in Twitch. There it is. Okay, there we go. As you peel this lid back, and the hinges creak, like this is not opened often, okay? You peel this back, and the lid, the wooden disc, has wrought iron around it. And underneath, there are two... there's this wonderful sort of wrought iron decorative affair around the perimeter. But then there are two intersecting wrought iron circles, almost like a Venn diagram, with a wrought iron slash right through the center of them. Do any of you have occult as a skill?
Occult? Not Cthulhu Mythos?
I think Reinhardt does, right?
Yes, Reinhardt does.
I just have the base 5.
Ooh, very good roll. So that is a hard success.
Oh,
19.
damn.
Nice. Good roll. All right. The two, you know this. Reinhardt goes, oh, I actually... the two circles form a Vesica Pisces. It means that it's the Latin for bladder of a fish. That's what they mean. And it's a symbol associated with Freemasonry. The vertical bar symbolizes Excalibur.
So, mumbling to myself, I also share this info with my friends. You guys see the iconography in the wrought iron here. I mean, it's a beautiful piece to begin with, but the Freemason symbol here and Excalibur down the middle, I'm starting to doubt my hasty words earlier. At least someone believes in Arthur enough to have done something like this. Move up to the edge of the well and look down. Can we see to the bottom of it?
Yes, actually, not too difficult. It's only 9 feet deep. And then it seems to branch at the bottom to the left and to the right. It's all stone lined all the way down, and the chambers that go off to the left and right are also completely stone lined. There is water at the bottom. You don't know how deep that is, but because it is only 9 feet, you can kind of look down a little bit. So you're definitely seeing some kind of corridor going off each direction, and there's water at the bottom of it. Looking at how circular the corridors are and the water where it's dissecting those corridors, you're going to guess that it's pretty shallow. You don't know how shallow.
We definitely have more than a well here. Did we bring any rope or anything like that? Do you have any in your car, Edmund?
As I approach with my shotgun that is totally normal to be carrying around.
It's like literally, as you come back, there's a couple walking past you with their dog, and they're like, morning, and you just go past. You're hunting pheasants or something.
Yep. I always keep at least 50 feet of rope in my car.
Is it hempen or elven silk, sir?
Yeah, I go back to the car and grab some rope. I don't think it'd be completely out of question if I had a tow package in there or something, right? So
no, I think that's fine. I just love the picture of Edmund going, I'm going to get the gun. Gets the gun, comes back, it's like,
I'll get the rope.
Oh, I'll get the rope. And he's up again. And he comes back with the rope.
The only position of servitude that Edmund is ever in is with his friends in the tea party. So.
He's saying, I'll get it, don't worry.
But I can almost imagine Edmund being a little bit like, of course I've got the rope. Did no one bring it? I've got the rope. And it's not even servitude at this point. It's like, I thought about it, you didn't.
Yeah. He knows that he's useless when it comes to doing everything they've been fiddling around with, but he likes to see the sort of posture as if he's being far more useful, but just having rope.
Yeah, of course I brought rope. What do you take me for?
I always bring 50 feet of rope.
Did you not have rope? So he returns with rope and drops it down. Good practical towing rope.
Nice.
So I'm assuming if someone's going to get this tied up,
Oh yeah,
drop it down.
yeah. Knot out some ropes to create safe. It's only 9 feet, but we all see
Well,
what happens.
there's those hooks that you can put the rope on too.
Ooh,
Yeah.
good idea.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's plenty to tie it to.
And it's 9 that we can see. For all we know, further down the tunnel, it might drop again. So.
Yeah.
Right. So who's going down first, gentlemen?
Let's see.
The
I'm going
priest used to
first.
swim.
I'm the investigative journalist. I got to get the story here.
Yep. He can go in first. Clarence.
All right,
go-
Clement
go-
starts climbing down the rope then. No climb wall necessary. It's easy enough to do. And it is 9 feet. It's not too bad. It's really you're using the rope just to get yourself over the ledge, climb down a little bit, and then just drop. And Clement, you'll be the first one to see this. So 9 feet down, you drop into the water that's there. You're kind of expecting it to hit chest height or something. No, it's knee deep alone. So not too bad. You've been dry for about 4 hours. Now you're semi-wet again. To the left, there's a corridor that goes off a little bit and opens up into some kind of chamber. All of the walls are of a old stone. Like it's like they're well fitting together. It's completely circular. It starts to feel like you're in some kind of like Roman era tunnel or something. The right is the same way. It goes off for about 20-30 feet or so, and I don't think you have any light out right now, but from the little bit of illumination that you got from above, you're looking down, you think it opens up too. So left and right, short corridors that open up into something.
I'm going to wait till other people come down. I'm not going to go in that room by myself. As much fun as that sounds. But I do have a flashlight, so if we can use that, it'll
Perfect.
probably help.
Yeah, no, perfect. So all of you see Clarence go down. There's a moment of pause. You can hear sploshing. Then flashlights. And it's like shining down both directions. Left chamber, just so you know, definitely there's some kind of room that opens up there. You almost feel like you're in this old church in a way, like this old architecture, even though we know you're underground. And you're flashing down there, you can see some kind of mural or engraving or something. And off to the right is the same. Like there's a distant chamber and some kind of mural on the walls.
Okay. No indication of that fish symbol again or anything like that?
No, not at all.
I'm going to yell up to the guys and tell them to come down, that we've got, there's 2 tunnels and, the 2 rooms that we need to investigate. Are you guys going to come down?
Yeah, definitely. We'll come down.
Yep.
Yeah, I complain about it a little bit as I do most things that require me getting dirty, but I'll hop down in and make my way
Just
down.
hike your
repellent.
pants up, Edmund.
Professor Blackmore owes me an apology.
Edmund probably has bicycle clips available to him, and he rolled up his pants and bicycle clip himself up. All right, you all eventually get down, and as you do, you can see that, yes, Clarence is correct. There are these 20-30 foot long corridors, not that long in the grand scheme of things, before it opens up into some kind of chamber beyond that is shining flashlights down there into each. The water is still where you're standing right now, like it's just leaking in from the groundwater area. You think it's been a long time since this has ever functioned as an actual well.
Left-hand side?
Yes.
Yes.
As good as any other. I guess so. We'll proceed down towards the left chamber and
No
see
problem.
what we see.
You slosh down the left chamber. As you get down there, it's about 30 feet in length. It opens up in a low chamber. Remember, ground level is just 9 feet above you. This chamber barely gets higher than 7 feet and barely wider than 10. It's just more of an opening of the passage itself, but it goes no further at all. In the back... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do we want to do like a spot hidden to see if there's anything that anything else in the room that may,
There is an
Maybe
engraving that you don't have to do a spot for. On the back of you've got these big blocks that make up the entire wall of this, all fitting well, but they're rough hewn. The back wall, though, the back part of this has actually been carved. There's an engraving on it, and it shows a cup above which there is the Vesica Pisces, the two intersecting circles. Reinhard would know from the occult rule earlier on. There's no line in this one, by the way. It's just the two intersecting circles above a cup shape. Early Christians assumed that this was a representation of Joseph of Arimathea, and it symbolized the Holy Grail.
This reminds me of Joseph Arimathea. Obviously, in some of our readings, some of you may have paid more attention to Daisy's work than I did, but this represents the carpenter and the cup itself.
Aside, not related to the cup or anything, do we still have that 38/9 revolver of the?
Someone's got it.
I took it.
I'm going to calmly pass my 32 out of my bag to Renard. I know he's not comfortable using them, but I also know that he usually doesn't defend himself in such ways because he doesn't think he needs to, and I'm concerned for him. So I pass him a 32 revolver.
Are you sure we need it? These are just it's a catacomb.
My friends, I just wish you have a level of protection more than your lord.
All right. I kind of awkwardly stick it in my coat and pat it down. You can see the lump there. It's an awkward position.
Awkward but convenient.
Do any of you have archaeology or anything like that, or anything relevant to stonework?
Let's see. Archaeology, no.
Natural world?
No, natural world.
Yeah, Renard, in seminary, did study a bit of archaeology.
Hey!
I'll give
Just
you
a
a natural
little
world and an archaeology. Both of you can give me one.
All right. No, that was way off. 64, and I only have 30.
I'll go ahead and make one, and I'll apply my definitely make it that you granted me earlier during the combat with the cops.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually give you a time period of this then. So the next couple of things that we talk about, I'll give you more information. So yeah, definitely this is a symbol of the Holy Grail. And you would say that that modern 1920s archaeologists and historians consider this to be an early Christian carving. It's not. It goes way, way, way earlier. This thing is actually Neolithic in nature. There's some more modern graffiti scratched into the walls and a little bit over this too, but the actual core engraving is old. It's thousands of years old. And we will keep that little thing going.
Renard is a bit drawn to it. He's going to walk up to the engraving and kind of run his fingers along it, and admire the the artistry of it, and knowing what we've been through before, start looking for any kind of release or lever or anything, because I suspect there's more to this chamber than what we're seeing here, unless this is some kind of religious room itself, where some kind of ceremony is performed, perhaps.
Because we have a token in play right now, you do trace your fingers over it. You are looking for some signs that there is more to this chamber. But there doesn't seem to be. This chamber feels like, yes, once upon a time, it in of itself was just a religious place. and there's nothing more. The well was actually some kind of later addition to this. You don't feel that there's anything beyond this particular chamber.
If there was only another chamber we could look in.
I suspect we should look there.
Indeed.
Let's just quickly go to the right chamber. On the right chamber, again, similar sort of 20 to 30 feet, circular corridor. You sploosh your way through the knee-deep water. The back of this chamber actually feels a little bit different. The wall has actually been hewn a little smoother. It's still very, very, very old stone, but it feels like a later addition to the religious room back there. And the walls are a lot flatter. And there's actually a mural, heavily faded at this point, painted around the entire of this 8-foot-tall room. The mural, with the token that is in play, is medieval in nature. So it's hundreds of years of age, but it's not thousands of years of age. And it shows a party of 6 individuals marching up the right side of a steep hill upon which there is a tower. One of the figures is wearing what could be a crown. And then coming down the other side of the tower, this being on the left side, are 5 figures. The one with the crown is not present.
You don't suppose they're leaving their royalty here? I start looking over my shoulder in the darkness, make sure there's no Prince Christian standing around staring at us, all Blair Witch-like in the corners.
Yes, according to this carving, yes, they went in with one, but they did not exit with one.
It's in the blood.
The royal blood. But what is it that they're achieving? What is it that they're doing at the cost of royal blood?
Something has granted them their longitude in existence.
Out of curiosity, since we are obviously not in a town and I can't do a library research, so I'm having to do this based off of my knowledge. I'm going to verbally say this out loud, so if my companions can do this. All of those royalty that were part of the study, that were part of the thing, that were part of the notes, like even Augustus here, when they died, did they have an heir, either that was of an adult age to take over for them, or something? AKA, I'm thinking, did they pretend to die and then they just reincarnated themselves as a younger version of themselves as their own heir? Did they reincarnate themselves as a younger version of themselves to keep going?
I could do a history roll.
Yeah, you know what? You can do a history roll with advantage.
Okay.
It's an interesting.
I made the first one.
It's an interesting supposition, but the reason why I gave you the advantage dice is it's quickly shot down. Well, you know, there's so many, and you've got like the newspaper cuttings, the books, the last day or so of being around what Daisy and Michael were looking at. There's no pattern for not only the age of death, but also if they had an heir or not. Some did, some did not. Some had several heirs, some had no heirs. So there's no real pattern to that, and you know, so your theory starts to fall apart pretty quickly because of it.
Got you. Cool.
Okay, so the mural shows them going to the top of the hill. The tower is at the top of the hill. Where we went into the well, what was that in relationship to the
You're 10-15 minutes away from the actual hill itself, and you've got a token in play, so it's definitely representing Glastonbury Tor, without a doubt, which is separate from the well. You would say that this well was a singular religious area that was in the medieval times expanded upon, but is separate from the Tor itself. And because you got a token in play, I'll just tell you this. there was a supposition that Glastonbury Tor is an artificial structure and is hollow underneath. That is a theory that was put forward by Professor Ainley Chant, probably a friend to Edmund. This mural, could easily be showing two different groups of people, but it's not. You have a token in place. I'm being transparent. This is showing the same group of people, and without a doubt, it is showing some kind of royalty in the first group going up the hill, and he's not there coming back down again.
Are they wearing robes in this mural as depicted?
Yes, white robes on all of them, except for the royalty figure who's wearing dark robes.
Wearing black and then disappears on the other side.
Yep.
Yes.
Good question.
Let's go to the top of the hill then. I think that's all we're going to get out of here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Daisy witnessed this ceremony that is being depicted here because she saw all the guys in white, and then she saw Prince Christian in all dark.
Yeah, she interviewed the farmer who saw it.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
That
it was
is
the farmer.
True. That is true. That
And
is
then the
true.
girl was followed. Perhaps
And
we
then
will be followed as well, so we should get moving.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so you come out of the well easy because you got the rope for it, no problem at all. You climb back out of the well, probably closing the lid so to leave little tracks. You are 10 minutes away from the Tor, but you can see that this is a big, huge hill that you can see in the distance. Can everyone give me a spot roll?
Nah, failed. Crap.
Passed it.
Right, you only need someone to get it. As you're making your way towards the Tor, you are used to distant people being around and visible to you. They're hikers, or they're just walking the dog, or whatever. There's not many. There's just a few. No one's paying any attention to you guys at all. The number of vehicles, however, that are parked up on the other side of the Tor has definitely grown. Like, there's easily 6 vehicles parked close to each other that weren't there originally. And you're just not seeing that many people around, and there's no one on the Tor. You don't know where these people are.
I'm going to recommend that somebody take the other 2 badges that we have and put them on your lapels. If we're in a group, we may not have to show all of our badges, but maybe they would infer that we're supposed to be here. If we're going to run to a big group of people, 6 carloads, I think it may be a good idea.
I think Edmund would be a good choice.
I'll go ahead and pin one.
You should go for it as well, Renard.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
they may not kill you.
All right. So I kind of, my collar goes up, of course, so I kind of find a way to hide it near a pocket.
Does
No
it
problem.
burn him when he puts it on?
No. So who's not
Ask
doing
him for a
one?
friend.
Because you've got
I-
3.
I don't have one.
Okay. So cool. So you head on over towards a Tor. Big, huge, man-made mound. You heading on up?
Yeah.
Alright.
Huffing and puffing.
Huffing and puffing as you go. Good bracing English air. There's a well-worn path, and in areas there are steps going up to this thing. So it's not too difficult to make your way up to the tower at the top. The tower is a ruin. It's a single round structure. In areas it looks like it's collapsed down in parts. And there's you at the top of this, and a beautiful view all the way around you. The tower is easily 50 feet across. There's a solid stone floor, stone walls. You poke your head in. There is a gentleman standing in the center of this tower who's literally kind of just like standing like this, and as he hears you coming up, he kind of just turns to face you.
I'm gonna very smoothly just kind of lift my lapel up a little bit and kind of give him the hey, what's up?
You actually see him go, and he relaxes visibly, just like that. He goes, welcome, brother. You're running a little late. I don't think they've started yet. Come on.
Good. Thank you.
And he heads towards the center, and he actually presses down on a slab, and he starts to rotate a slab, and he picks this slab up. And as he starts to pick this slab up, you see that it's hinged, and there's a fish carved into the top of it.
Just as I suspected.
And he kind of glances at the other three amongst you.
Oh, yes, of course.
Come on, brothers, let's go.
Yeah, honestly, just getting Edmund and Reinhard to kind of just flick like that, he doesn't even bother then with Arthur. It's like, oh, okay, the second one is like, oh yeah, you.
I'm rummaging it through my bag, Not giving him the bird.
This slab that he's pulled up is a 5-foot slab, but you can see that it's actually underneath it. Got some engineering where he's definitely not been pulling up the weight of this slab. And there's this massive stone circle spiral staircase going down. It's actually, they've got torches every 20 feet. So it's illuminated. Flickering torches, flickering lights. And in the distance you can hear... And this guy's standing there with his hand on the thing going... You might just catch him in time.
Well, sorry.
Double time.
Oh no. Did anybody bring Molotovs? I mean... Oh, it's role-playing. I've got one in my surgical kit.
I have a grenade from World War I in my kit.
It's been here for the last 6 years. I caught it in my bag at one encounter. Nope.
All right, so I guess we need to act like we know what we're doing.
Emotep. Emotep. All right, let's do it. Yeah,
Now,
I
take
agree.
the stairs, see what we discover.
All right.
Tension's definitely growing as the further and further we get. Sweat starts to show on Renard's face.
Dabbing himself down. The chanting is quiet here. As you get deeper and deeper into the tour, it gets louder. I was going to go, Emotep. It's stuck in my head now. So you go further and further down. The chanting is getting louder and louder and louder. The staircase itself is old, extremely well worn. There's actually some little grooves on some of the steps that are aware of just ages of traffic coming and going. One of the things that you notice is the depth. You go down 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet, and you're still going. The other thing you notice is you're beginning to smell salt water or something. You're in the middle of England, by the way. There's no salt water here, but you definitely smell it. It's a distinct smell. You go down, maybe as much as 200 feet in depth.
Father, have you ever gotten the feeling that it might be your last day?
Says cheery Edmund.
Edmund, every time I go out with you, I feel like that.
Remember that time in North Africa? That was the last time I felt that.
The staircase comes down into a massive stone-lined chamber, supported with ancient wooden beams. I'm talking about the type of wooden beams that are 10 feet across type of thing, bound in iron. The type of shit that you just don't see nowadays. Spiraling up 20 feet tall. Almost each one a bastion against the weight of the ceiling above. There is a tunnel that is 7 feet tall and arched that heads off just one tunnel. In the chamber with you, there are two gentlemen, both middle-aged white gentlemen. And as you come down, they look suspicious until they start sort of flapping the odd lapels, and then they kind of sort of settle down again. They sit to one side. One of them does point down the tunnel, the stone-lined tunnel, and says, She hasn't transformed yet. If you're quick, you'll see it.
Okay, good. We gotta hurry.
Perfect.
Transformed? Yes, transformed. Let's
Yes.
hurry.
Can't miss this.
Flickering torches line this corridor. You are 200 feet underground right now. You can feel the humidity, you can feel the heat as you head off down. And what you see ahead is there's a huge cavern of some type opening up in front of you. This is where the chanting is coming from. And this is where the smell of seawater is coming from too. As you go down there, the room. Who's in front, by the way?
Well, I guess I was
Not me.
in front because I was pulling the badge thing, so
Okay.
I'll be in front.
Yeah, that's fair. As you get closer and closer to this corridor or this room that is opening up, a couple of things strike you. One is the lighting changes. It becomes almost like a flickering blue in illumination, like there's an underwater reservoir here or something, with some natural light sort of radiating off it. The other thing that you notice is the flagstones regularly now have the fish symbol carved into them. In this, as you get closer and closer, this is a cavern. This is a natural cavern. There is a reservoir of water, crystal clear water, and it's easily about 100 feet across. There are natural stalagmites and stalactites here, but there's a lot of heavy man-made working of the stone here as well. The first thing you notice is there's a congregation of about 20 people circling this pool of water, and in the center of the pool of water there is a man-made stone dais, and there is a woman standing on the dais. She looks like an old woman, and we're going to come back to her in a moment. She's holding a wooden cup in her hand. She's about to do this. But the thing that gets your attention is standing either side of her are these huge, hulking, what can only be described as frog-fish creatures, hybrid man and fish, scaled big round eyes like a goldfish, these brilliant golds and greens, webbed fingers, each hand bigger than your head, and these hunched positions with these massive flipper-like feet, and they're standing either side of the old woman as she holds the cup. I'm going to need sand rolls off all of you.
Yeah. I passed that.
Ooh, I fail.
Ooh.
I fail, critically fail. With,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
with-
no.
Alright, so if you fail, you can lose 3 for the critical fail, and you can lose 2, Arthur, for the regular fail.
Right. All right.
It was a d6, and I gave the worst one to the critical fail. So these creatures are standing around. Once you kind of snap your attention away from them, it's a woman, but she's definitely old. Like, she looks 80 or 90 years of age, and she's dressed incredibly. Like, big, huge, white fur shawl, like this sequin, gold dress. The slippers she has on are the finest of slippers, and she has a tiara, a diamond tiara.
Oh my God, is that the Queen?
I'm gonna tell you. A, you've got a token, and B, just you being you. This is actually Princess Helena. Princess Helena was reported to be on her deathbed in the news recently. And, are you guys sneaking? You weren't sneaking, right?
Not real. I mean, I didn't think we were. We were sort of just
Yeah.
guiding ourselves in with the
Didn't want to look suspicious, if anyone saw us. So
Yeah, I told my band music to keep it quiet as we were coming in. My theme music.
Gonna, watch what other people are doing and do what they're doing, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So Princess Helena holds this cup. It's a large wooden cup. And she's speaking. With this, the line will live on. With this, there will be more. And I will live for eternity. Are any of you doing anything?
Panicking and looking at the rest of my group.
I want to try to distract her from doing that.
What, with dynamite? What are we talking about?
Sure. Wow.
Flatulence.
In this
So
chamber,
echo.
that would be a distraction.
I would like to pick up a rock and throw it past her and her fishy companions and try to create a noise that way. Beyond them.
All right. I mean, you okay? You throw a stone. It clatters on the far side. It definitely echoes around, and most people in the room kind of look over towards it, including Princess Helena herself. One of these fish creatures actually kind of jumps into the water, and impossibly quickly later jumps out the other side with a wet splat, and he kind of goes shuffling off into the darkness to see what it was that caused it. Princess Helena herself kind of just shrugs after she's happy that no one's there, and starts to cup the chalice to her lips.
recognizing the similarities, to the religious, the processes, the ways of the Catholic Church and whatnot. We can't let her drink that. I yell at her. I'm like, stop her! Whatever she's doing, stop her!
I love it! There's almost an element of panic. Stop her!
Stop her!
So
pull out the gun if I need to, and
that
I'm not
gets
sure if I can hit
way
the ball.
more attention than the stone. Everyone turns up to the new arrivals, badges or not, that are standing up in the archway. And Princess Helena, she takes a chalice away from her lips and she looks up and she speaks softly, but it is echoing about the room, so you hear every word with clarity. Oh, you have no need for my safety, priest. This is a place of ceremony
Shoot.
for millennia.
Shoot.
King Arthur himself, she's holding the chalice here. King Arthur himself stood here. Here, we stood against so many intruders to our empire. Many kings have attempted to trace a lineage to Arthur, somewhat in vain, but I can tell you, true immortality is here, not in our lineage. With these creatures, and she gestures towards this big, huge, hulking fish thing, who's actually now looking at you guys suspiciously. These are not our enemies. These are what we're destined to become. Now, are you really going to shoot me? Or are you going to allow me to claim my birthright and my destiny?
with all due respect, Princess, there is only one true way to eternal life, and it is not through that cup. And I try to shoot the cup.
Hey! Hero move! Hey!
The religious guy going, there is only one God in heaven. Fuck you.
Give me a roll!
That's awesome.
You know what? I'll be. You know what? This will be the end of the token. You've got a token in play. You can
Okay.
get an advantage on this because that's a hero move.
Okay. 52, that might be close. I really need to do this. I'm going to spend a whole lot of luck. Because I'm going to spend 22 luck to
Okay.
make that a success.
Okay.
Nice,
That's a
nice,
was that
nice.
that
Well, you
52
had
was your
advantage,
best?
Oh, yeah. The second roll was like a 70-something. It was
Okay.
way off.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right. You shoot. For a moment, you think it's going to go wide, but she actually moves her hand a little bit, and it hits the chalice, which kicks out of her hand. And as it does kick out of her hand, there's this almost gold spray that comes off it, and water just fountains into the air, and it clatters to the ground. We are going to kick off, gentlemen, right now, because there are two fish folk that are not particularly happy about this. So, anyone with guns?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it just guns or any ranged attack, like a throwing weapon? Is that going melee?
It's meant to be. It might be ranged.
I
think it was guns plus 50 dexterity, basically.
Guns go on melee,
Right.
unfortunately. Okay.
So who are the people with guns?
I've got the 39.
All right, so we'll just go in order. Edmund, you're up first. So what you see is you've got these two huge, hulking fish creatures that bound in your direction with incredible speed, out of water or not. They seem to have these massive, thick, frog-like legs, giving them huge jump capability, and they are beginning to bounce, parkour style in your direction. What are you doing?
Well, you have to crack a few eggs in order to make an omelet.
Boom!
Nice.
There it is. That's off his
Nice.
character sheet. You know what?
Nice.
You get advantage for this one for dropping that line.
Nice.
All right, Fishman left. Oh yeah. That. Let me go ahead and just roll for the advantage for posterity's sake. Yeah, that's gonna be a hit for both barrels.
Nice.
Give me some damage.
Oh.
It's going to be hideous. That's 86, right?
Yep.
8d6.
Yeah,
Holy
4d6 each barrel.
Guacamole.
I mean, it drops off with range, but, he
but
just waits.
still, these guys
Yeah.
were leaping at him, so
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah.
That is gonna be 28 damage.
Holy crap.
So, leaps at you, and as it's leaping at you, there is this almost shadow moment over you. This huge arms, muscles the size of melons, massive webbed hands, and his teeth opens. It's like a shark's mouth as he leaps at you. But you calmly, stoically just poof, and it just gets kicked back. It gets kicked back like sushi and drops into the water like chum. It is gone. It's gone. Clarence, you're next up.
Well, I'm gonna look at the boys and say, let's show this prehistoric bitch how we do things downtown, and
That's
I'll take
right.
shots at the the woman actually.
Oh,
I'm gonna see
Princess
if I
Helena. Okay.
Yeah.
You were reported dead, Mom. Okay.
think- there you go.
You can't kill a dead woman.
38. Yeah, oh, that just barely hits. It does.
Perfect. Give me some damage.
Oh, no, that's a lie. That is.
Do you want to throw a little bit of luck into it?
Yeah, I'm gonna throw a lot of luck into that actually. I'll go ahead and burn a lot of luck on that one. I was looking at my fighting brawl, not my.
Well, you could throw the pistol at her, I guess.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take a big hit in luck and then go ahead and have that count. Well, the 39 does what kind of damage?
It's a D10.
Okay. 1.
1. All right.
Yeah.
She takes the hit and she spins on the spot. She's still on her feet, but she looks stunned that one of her subjects of the realm just shot her. And she goes, "No, child, it is fine." And she's actually looking for the chalice. That's what she's doing. All right. So those are the two gun guys. Arthur, what are you gonna do? Now there are cultists here too. That were harm. But they are unarmed. Okay. You don't know about the guys behind you, but the cultists, they're like picking up rocks and shit, and they're like, "We gotta protect the princess." What are you doing?
How far away is the princess from us?
She's like 30 feet away.
Then I don't know how long it'll take me. You'll have to tell me that. But I wish to go into my bag and get a syringe and fill it with morphine. And then I wish to charge the princess.
Okay. Now remember, there is also water between you and her. You'll have to do a little bit of swimming.
Oh,
Shit.
But you could totally like this round. You could totally go in your bag and get a morphine going.
Great. I will do that. I will get I have a scalpel in one hand and I have a syringe of morphine in the other.
Okay, Reinhard. Wait him.
All right. Well, we still have the cultists I'm worried about, but we have a second of these fish creatures that's running after us.
Yeah, and that makes you
Edmund's
way
example.
more worried than the cultists.
Yeah.
The cultists honestly look almost like a collection of Edmonds, but less frightening. These are older people, men and women. These literally look like they belong in, Mayfair of London. They look way out of place and certainly not willing to get into a scrap.
So with that in mind, I kind of immediately move the pistol around and aim it in the general direction of the fish, and I start slapping off a shot. 57. No, this one goes wide, unfortunately.
All right. You all hear the shot. You all hear it hit the wall. It reverberates and echoes around. Everyone almost stands there going, "Oh, okay." Including the fish. The fish for a moment goes, "All right," and bounds after you. That's you guys done. I'm going to do the fish first, and I'm going to roll a d4 to see who is the target of his fish. And I roll a 4, which means it is Reinhard who shot at him, and you are the priest. You gotta go down, my friend. This fishman leaps off a wall and leaps towards you, his mouth just opening up with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and his hands just slashing before he's even got close to you. Would you like to dodge, or would you like to fight back? Dodge makes it easier to actually avoid.
Reinhard would definitely dodge. He kind of throws himself to the side, with the gun still poised like it was, and tries to roll away from the fish creature.
All right, give me a dodge roll. I'm going to do an attack roll.
Ooh, that was awful. 81.
All right, you failed, but he failed too. So he actually heads towards you, and you go, whoa, and you back up as quickly as you can, and he lands, slashing as he does, but you're out of the way. You can feel the wind on your face as these big, huge ham-hock hands are slashing in the air, but you're not hit. You're
Arthur,
good.
Edmund! Clarence!
Now, the cultists around, these middle-aged and old-aged people, they actually, some of them start to scream. Some of them are jumping into the water to try and get to Princess Helena. They're trying to protect her. None of them are really coming at you. There's some stones getting thrown at you, but it's more like, get out and leave us to it, versus trying to kill you. So we're going to go back up to the top of the next round, and we're going to pick on, well, Mr. Ed. Let's go from Arthur. Arthur, let's start with you. It's fine, because you're not really going to influence the gun battle. What do you do?
Oh, do me first, and then I'm going to go down to the water, swim across, and start trying to hit my way back up to the princess.
The first thing that strikes you, by the way, about the water, not only is it crystal clear, like you can see 20 feet down, every single rock, every single cranny. It is beautiful, but there's an illumination coming from within the water, like this blue, like it must be coming from a blue algae or something that you're just not quite seeing. The water is also very cold and extremely salty, like saltier than the actual ocean itself. You start swimming out towards her. You're going, I mean, you're probably crawling towards her. She has picked up the chalice, so you know. And she's going to start chugging it this round. Edmund.
Gotta make a split decision here.
Blow her head off. Go on.
I'm gonna blow her head off.
Aiming for the chalice, of course, with a shotgun. In fact, you got to reload, don't you?
Yeah, that's true. I do have to reload. I'm gonna reload, and then I'm gonna, with all these sort of natural stalagmites and stalactites in here, I'm gonna reload and take some movement and try to get some obstruction of my view from some of these oncoming.
That's no problem at all. You can absolutely reposition yourself. You do hear Reinhard going, Edmund! Edmund!
Okay, Father. Okay.
Clarence, what are you doing?
Okay, how far away am I from Reinhard right now?
Less than 20 feet. Less than 20 feet. There is a big, huge fish creature that's prowling towards him on all fours, and Reinhard is backing up at the moment, sort of shouting out for Edmund, but it's still happening pretty close.
Damn, what do I do here? I gotta stay task at hand. I'm gonna take another shot at the woman, and see if I can drop her.
You will note, by the way, when she picks up this chalice again, A, it is full of water again, and B, there's no bullet damage to this thing at all. Like, if you shoot a regular wooden cup, or even a metal cup, you're gonna know about it. Like, a wooden cup would just shatter, right? Not this one.
I'm not aiming at the cup. I'm trying to kill her. So
No, but someone did, right? So,
yeah, okay.
yeah, you've done
all right.
1 point on her so far.
God damn it! No, not even close. I can't even lock that one out. It's so bad. So
No worries. You shoot again. There's a lot of commotion going on. In fact, one of the actual aristocracy that climbs up out of the water in front of her, he's the one that gets it in the back, and he slumps down to the ground. But not her.
damn. Okay.
Reinhard.
All right. No. Where are you guys? I
Look,
lowered the
you're at
pistol.
point blank, man. Let him have it.
Oh, good thinking.
In fact,
And
at point
I just
blank,
start
you get
shooting.
advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very cool. Reinhard, all right, 45 on the first one. Oh, gotta just roll the second one. And that's a 95 on the second.
Oh.
The 45's close, though.
Do it. Last game of
Yeah.
the season.
Yep. I'm going to spend the 15 points I need to spend.
Holy
Oh, that's not
shit.
too bad. You can do it.
Oh,
These guys have been spending 20s.
Yeah, you're shit out of luck, man.
Yeah, I spent 15
All right.
to turn that into a hit.
And you're
what
gonna
does
give
the
me-
22 do? Is that a D8?
A 22 is a 32. Is that D8? Yeah.
D8. Okay. All right. Let's see what we do here. Oh, good roll. So 5 points of damage.
That's a good roll. Yeah, that's damn good. So this thing is slithering towards you, and you aim it up, and just as it rears up, and you shoot, and it hits it square in the chest, and you see this gout of blood, and it actually staggers backwards for a moment, and then comes forward. It
Oh no!
didn't even drop. And I'm going to do that right now. I assume you're going to dodge?
Yeah. Oh yes. Yeah.
Give me a roll.
That's a 29, which that is a success.
Good job. Nice. So it actually lunges for you, and you actually like head backwards. Your back hits a stalagmite, and you instinctively just roll around it, and this creature claws down the stalagmite. You will note as you roll away, it is scraping rock off this thing. Big, huge claws. If you were in front of that, you know you would be hurting, without a doubt.
Oh no.
The princess starts to quaff
Shit.
from the cup. Back to the top of the next round. Arthur, you are coming out of the water, my friend. What are you doing?
Can I reach her?
Yeah, there is a wall of people. There's a gathering of people trying to protect her. What are you trying to do?
I wish to leap through with a syringe of morphine and hit her and inject her fully with it.
I need a brawl. I'm going to roll for obstruction on the crowd. You got to beat my results, okay? Otherwise, they
So
hold you
it's
back.
kind of like an opposed mid.
Yes.
I'm going to spend 6 points of luck.
Okay.
I got a success.
I did not get a success.
Wow, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey.
So you actually throw yourself into the crowd. Now, I actually got pretty close here, and so like this guy that's probably in his 50s, and he's got a suit on that's a little bit like Edmund's. He actually gets in front of you, and you barrel into him and end up flying over his shoulder. He actually tumbles, going, "Oh my!" And you come up the other side with this syringe. Give me another roll if you want to stab the princess.
I do want to stab the princess.
Not
Another
a
brawl.
term that you say that often.
Another brawling, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh no, I do not.
What do you roll?
How
Because
close?
she's not resisting this.
I'm real bad.
How bad?
I'm like 70 off bad.
All right.
Oh.
So you come.
I rolled a 95.
Holy shit.
So as you come at her, she actually looks over her cup at you. You'll notice her eyes are actually beginning to get larger in her skull.
Damn it.
But she, like, also there's surprise on her eyes. And she looks at you, but she's now not drinking from the chalice. And she, like, and like starts to flail wildly. So you, like, try to stab her. The crowd jostles you a little bit. She starts to melt away from view. Edmund.
Yeah, and sort of kind of panning the room a little bit, sort of watching that go down. I still realize that Reinhard is probably in trouble here with this opposing sort of fishy.
Yeah, as you look across towards Reinhard and the fishy, Reinhard desperately ducks out of the way. Actually pretty nimble for a big guy. He gets out of the way. This fishy dude claws at this stalagmite and, like, hews rock off it with terrible strength. And that's when you realize, yeah, Reinhard could be in problems.
Yeah, let's move in and double tap that creature to the best of our ability. Oof. First one is going to miss, clearly.
Come on.
The second one is an extreme hit.
Hey!
Very nice.
As in a critical.
Yes, that's correct.
Don't even bother rolling. Well, actually, one barrel. So 46, though, still. So that's 24
so
plus
24
dice.
plus 46. Yeah, that's pretty.
All right.
OP.
So, Reinhard, from your perspective, you roll out of the way. This creature hews through the rock, looks at you, and lunges. As it lunges, shotgun, like, hits behind it, hits the rock, which also explodes in a shrapnel of debris. And you'll go, oh no, you missed. And then the next barrel hits it, square in the side of the face. It pirouettes and clumps to the ground in front of you, sliding slightly as it goes. Its head has been caved in from this shotgun round. It is dead.
Bless you, my son. Bless you.
Clarence, you can see that Arthur has climbed out of the water, barreled through the crowd, barging people out of the way. He's stabbing at the queen with this syringe, which you gather is going to knock her out or something. But he's struggling to get to her, and she's like backing off. As she's backing off, you can see her eyes are beginning to transform into a larger than life. It's completely unnatural, and her sallow skin is beginning to, like, take on a little bit of a green tint. What do you want to do?
Well, once again, I'll take another shot at this damn pistol and see if I can. I'm still aiming at her. Obviously, the chalice. That's a waste of time. I'm gonna burn the luck. That's I'll go ahead and burn 13 on that to make that hit because I'm getting tired.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
So, and it's a D10.
A D10.
7. Okay, much better.
Nice.
All right. So you kind of aim, and then for a moment you crack your neck, and you get in. Murtaugh, exactly. And you get in. That's your luck right there, and you take the shot. And for a moment, there's the crowd in front of her sort of mills as they're leaning and reaching towards Arthur to try and drag him down. You actually see him struggling against them a little bit, and it opens up in front of you. Beautiful, lucky shot. She is now beginning to, like, quaff again, and the bullet hits her straight in the side. You needed 7. She had 7 left. She actually takes the shot, momentarily looks up towards you, drops the chalice, and collapses. You just shot a princess.
Yes.
A soundbite of the
Third
game.
time's a charm, man.
Reinhard, main protagonists are down. Is there anything you would like to do?
Antagonists.
Antagonists. they were the good guys, remember? You're the bad guys.
Wait a minute.
I'm just going to start moving, like shoving my way through the crowd. I still have the pistol in hand, although I'm not really doing anything with it. And I'm yelling out to Arthur, like, Arthur, grab the chalice quickly.
So the crowd, they go into shock, almost as a collective. They go into shock. Like when the princess hits the ground, there is this palatable. And there's stillness. And no one's pushing and shoving on Arthur. And no one's resisting you pushing past them. They're forlorn. They can't understand what is happening. We're going to drop out of rounds. And I know we're going a little bit long on this, so we'll kind of probably wrap around here. She's down. Who's grabbing the chalice?
I'm the closest, so I will. And you know, she's been taken down. I hear Reinhardt saying, "Take the chalice away." I will pick it up and keep it away from her and her followers.
When you grab it, it immediately. It's empty of water, by the way. But when you grab it, it refills. It just appears from nowhere. Thick, salty water. Immediately, you feel like you're holding something incredibly special right now, and you can't explain why. You've got the chalice in your hand. You will not be opposed in leaving here, gentlemen. If you will indulge me, I think this will be a good spot to maybe just put a little bow around this. And I really appreciate the fact that you were all able to stick around that little bit longer. So you will be able to grab the chalice. It is indeed the chalice of legend, but it does not have the properties that legend says that it has. As you leave, you realise the gravity of the situation. You did just kill Princess Helena, but she was going to be reported dead here soon anyway, so what's going to happen about it? As you do leave the tour, it will dawn on you that the blood lineage and lineages of the various royal lines of England have deep one blood running in them. And it can be awakened by drinking from the chalice. And Christian Augustus accepted it all those years ago, as Helena was going to accept it. Other princes, princesses, kings and queens have not, and they've died natural causes. And here, I think, would be a good point to end this particular chapter, because, of course, it reveals the potential for other chapters. As you leave the tour, shotgun and guns in hand, realizing that the royal family of England is actually infected with deep one blood.
Nice.
Very nice.
Any parting words, gentlemen?
As Bill, I just want to thank everybody, especially you, Alyssa. That was phenomenal. That was so much fun. What a great way to start KoboldCon. And thanks everybody out there on Twitch that stuck around and watched with us.
I think so.
I think you summed it up pretty nicely. Great episode. I loved it.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the story, and I had a great time playing with you, Alyssa, and all of you guys.
Thank you, guys. You were an awesome group. I really appreciate it. I've never run virtually before now, but I actually had a lot of fun, so hopefully you did too, you know? It kind of worked for me.
Yeah, I'd love to play again if you have you do this again at some other point. I'd love to do another campaign, and it's very entertaining.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think all of these characters are continuing on in some form or fashion. We need to go on to the next bit.
I'm sure we could definitely arrange something on that. I would actually really like to do it. We should absolutely stay in touch on it.
Okay,
Perfect. Take care, everybody. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone, for a great game.